All right, I'd like to call back to order the Board of Education meeting. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our Superintendent, Jorge Aguilar.
Thank you. Thank you, President Pritchett. Please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent. Item 4.2, a broadcast statement by Student Member Shake.
Thank you, President Pritchett. This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on Comcast Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, January 18th at noon and Wednesday, January 20th at 9 a.m. and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board through public comment, either by submitting comments which are posted on our website or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public were also provided the opportunity to speak to the board during the meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak submitted a speaker form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it is your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right, item 4.3, Stellar Student. We have Raylyn O'Bray, a 6th grade student from Harkness Elementary School, and this will be presented by Member Rhodes.
Yes, thank you. So today we have our stellar student, Raylyn O'Bray, who's a 6th grader at Harkness. Raylyn's team teacher reports that she's beyond honored to have Raylyn in her classroom. Raylyn continuously does a phenomenal job and comes to school every day with great integrity and dedication, not only to help herself finish work, but also to push her 2 siblings to do their best. She's a top role model in her class by always coming in with a positive attitude, doing extra credit work in her class, and her willingness to help other students in her class by tutoring them. We would like to give a big thank you and stellar student to Raylyn O'Bray, and continue the good work. We're all proud of you here at the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay, Ray.
Fantastic. Would you like to say something?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us and for your hard work. All right. Perfect. And I believe you'll be getting a certificate in the mail for all that hard work of yours.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You take care and stay safe, okay?
Okay.
All right. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
None, Madam President.
Thank you. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second, and all in favor, say aye.
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 Jerry, we do not need roll call for this, correct?
No, we do not.
Okay.
No, we do.
I'm sorry, did I miss student preferential vote?
I threw it in with the rest of them. Aye.
Thank you. All right, sorry about that. I'm going to get the hang of it, I promise. Item 7.0, special presentation. 7.1, update on adopted conditions of readiness for the reopening of schools. The various district departments will be presenting tonight.
Thank you, President Pritchett. I'm going to just make a very quick introductory comments. I'm going to ask our board as well as our community to just keep in mind that a lot of this information that we will be providing is as updated as possible, but do keep in mind that this afternoon we, of course, received additional guidance from the California Department of Public Health. And we are going to do everything that we can as we began to review those updated guidance to try to integrate it into our presentation. I did ask staff to try their best, put some updated information where we were able to review the information, but just keep in mind that this is moving very quickly, as you can imagine. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Harris. I'm not sure, Mr. Harris, it shows that you're muted still. Miss Allen, do you have hosting features, or Mr. Flores, for Vincent Harris?
I just asked to unmute here on my end.
I will try to contact him as well.
He is online.
Superintendent, do you want to start with other staff?
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we get started? Why don't we just...
Sorry about that.
There he is.
A little bit of a volume problem on my end. Sorry about the technical difficulty. Good evening, Board Member Pritchett, Board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris, our Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability. And tonight we'll be having a presentation to the board regarding an update on the conditions for school reopening. What's really important about tonight's presentation, and there'll be several other district staff members joining us, but I did want to speak to 4 key themes as we enter this presentation. I mean, one is heaviness. Without question, we know that we're in the midst of the pandemic. We know that we're in the midst of seeing surge in our communities, both internationally, nationally, and locally. And so as we have our discussion tonight, we don't want to walk by that and know that that's a current reality that we are all wrestling with. We're all doing our part to mitigate. But as we think about the community of the students that we serve and families and staff that we serve, we know that that's first and foremost on everyone's mind, and we want to acknowledge that as we start this presentation. But then also want to talk through 3 other key elements of this presentation. One being adaptability, in that we're getting guidance on a regular basis. Actually, we got some guidance today that actually directly impacts our presentation. So as we think about the notion of reopening, we're being open to the guidance that we're receiving and responding to it accordingly, but recognizing that there's ever-changing conditions with reopening. And then the other 2 variables that we're wrestling with, of course, knowing that we're not alone. And so we're looking out at other districts, both in our local context of Sacramento County, and then also throughout the state and then throughout the country to identify best practices and implement them. And then maybe the final piece is that tonight is really anchored around the health and safety aspects of reopening. And so that's where you'll hear a lot of the conversation this evening. If we go to the next slide, please. So really, as we think about that, we've anchored all of our work around the return together framework that you've heard since the summer. And so many of the slides tonight will be somewhat redundant, so I won't spend a whole lot of time on them extensively, though I know for our new board members, you may have questions and we'll certainly address them. But our return together plan and our vision statement has been anchored around this notion of abiding by county public health orders to safely serve as many students as possible through in-person instruction. And really, as we think about tonight, we're setting the stage for the work ahead to fulfill the promise of our vision statement. Recognize that health and safety is first and foremost before we start talking about in-person instruction. We go to the next slide. And so the next couple of slides just give a quick speed round of the work that's been underway. Of course, now we're almost a year in terms of the pandemic. As everyone remembers, back in mid-March was when the first major order was given to stay at home, and that, of course, radically altered our educational delivery model in terms of going to full-blown distance learning. And you can see there's been many milestones of things that we've done as a district to respond, many things in terms of education for our staff, Lots of work, of course, around setting up safety conditions for everyone in terms of spacing, plexiglass, etc. If we go to the next slide. And of course, many other activities started this fall. We had the successful launch of our learning hubs, kind of in phases, rightfully so, as we learned more ways about being safe through our learning hubs. They've been kind of our pilot, if you will, in some respects, but also lots of new information about how to do effective contact tracing, effective information around how to build a distance learning plan that tied to the board's work actually of adopting our learning continuity and attendance plan back in September. And then as we come into the winter now, really expanding where appropriate our learning hubs, and then of course responding to the guidance that we've been given. And so you've seen work underway to return to play, and then physical conditioning, and then most importantly, as we talk about opening back up the district, if you will, once conditions are safe enough for it, now studying the governor's plan, and then of course updating our return to health as we get better guidance going forward. We go to the next slide. And so now I'll turn the presentation over to Ms. Victoria Flores, our Director of Student Support and Health Services, and she'll give us an update on the actual numbers that we're thinking about in our current reality.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harris. So we wanted to ground ourselves in our current reality here in Sacramento County. And so this is a screenshot of the data from yesterday from the California Department of Public Health. And it shows that we've moved now from our regional stay-at-home order to back into that purple widespread risk level. And what we really appreciated about this screenshot, we've given you this data in different ways, was this graph on the bottom that really shows how we've moved over time, and how it really illustrates how COVID has impacted our community. So we see in the summer around, this August, July rate where we had our 4th of July holiday, we saw that first spike. And then we were able to bring, our rates back down. We almost got back to orange. We had that orange campaign going before we hit those fall and winter celebrations, where now we're seeing this really big uptick in cases. And this is really the highest peak that we've ever seen. So our current adjusted case rate for our tier level is 56.6 cases per day per 100,000 residents. Our positivity rate is really moving in the wrong direction. It's gotten even higher at 14%. So all the tests completed countywide, 14% are coming back positive. And then, the disproportionate impact of COVID has been very well documented. And we see this here in our community as well, with that 18.2% health equity positivity rate. So our communities, or low-income communities, are seeing a disproportionate increase in their positivity rate. And so we want to do all we can to bring that back down. And then this bottom box here is one of those measures that already changed, that superintendent spoke about. So when the governor released the Safe School for All plan on December 30th, he shared his slides, and he talked about schools being allowed to reopen when our 7-day average case rate was less than 28 cases per 100,000 residents. Well, the new guidance that was released just this afternoon, already shifts that back even further. We are now at, we will not be able to open schools until we are at 25 cases per day per 100,000 residents or less. So as these needles change, we will definitely keep track. So our stay-at-home order has been lifted. We're really hoping everyone will still abide by all of those public health measures and limit our gatherings, wear our face coverings, outside is best. I really just want to say we all need to temper our expectations for how long this will take and how much work is still ahead of us to bring that curve back down, to meet that 25, per day case count. We did it in the summer. We can see it on this graph, and I'm hopeful we will do it again. Next slide, please. So our implications for our purple tier are, we know that schools not already open for all students have to remain closed. Any school that was open for in-person instruction, or schools providing supports to students, we have to abide by all of those public health measures that we've been doing and practicing regularly: physical distancing, face covering, screening, sanitation, all of those things. And then we know that to move to that next tier from purple to red, we're going to have to to meet that criteria for 2 consecutive weeks. And just to give some context here, the purple tier zone is anytime you're over 7 cases per day. So we're almost 50 cases over that, right? So we've got a long way to go to get back down to that purple rate. Next slide, please. Some good news that we do know, though, is even with this new guidance that was released today, our learning hubs are still allowable under that pre-existing CDPH small group cohort guidance. Our cohorts cannot exceed more than 16 individuals, so that's any combination of staff and students, and no more than 25% of the entire school population, but we are still allowed to do that. We deliberately left this strike through here for you to see just how quickly things are changing, so that elementary school waiver is no longer applicable. That's not available anymore. And this new Safe School for All plan gives us that 25 cases per day benchmark for when we can reopen. And then, of course, we're happy to note that our youth sports conditioning with equipment is also still allowable outdoors only. So, and with that, we'll go to next slide and I'll turn it back to Chief Harris.
Ms. Flores has described, certainly as we frame the work ahead, we're very tightly aligned to the governor's Safe Schools for All plan. And so as you saw the summary comment or heard the summary comments, actually on this slide, we still have the 28, but it should be 25. But really the most important takeaway is that as a system, this is our work ahead. As Ms. Flores spoke to the challenges of where we are currently with our COVID results, we see that as something that we can address as a system, and you'll hear over the next several slides an overview of the governor's plan, but then most importantly, our work underway to put ourselves in a position to be most viable to apply for the funds that are going to be available out of the $2 billion that the governor's made available. Go to the next slide, please. And so as we think about this plan, it's really anchored around 4 major pillars, and probably obviously first and foremost, safety and mitigation is incredibly important. And so as we think about this plan and underneath safety and mitigation is, of course, linchpins to ensure that. One being testing, and so you'll hear a bit more about our testing, emerging testing protocols going forward a little bit later in the presentation. Also, you'll hear more about our personal protective equipment or PPE. And our stockpile that we've been able to maintain and sustain on behalf of our staff and students, contact tracing practices that are emerging for us. And then, of course, obviously, all of us are excited to hear more and learn more about the whole vaccination effort that's now being led across our state. If we go to the next slide, please. And then the other pillars all are anchor points as well. So certainly funding, and again, back to the $2 billion, that's a substantial amount of money, approximately $450 per student to school districts to offer in-person instruction, and with a focus, of course, obviously on our younger students, TK up to grade 6, and then of course, students who fall into one of our designated at-risk populations. And then oversight and assistance, which is really important in terms of us having best-in-class supports to do this work. And so you can see, obviously, there's the cross-agency work that's already underway by our state. And then also, we're building our own capacity to do effective site walks and walkthroughs as appropriate. And then finally, tonight, you'll actually have an opportunity to see our local work around bringing visibility to the work ahead in terms of safely reopening. And as the state develops its dashboard, we actually, in our own local context, have started work to create our own local dashboard, which will be up and running by the time that we are in a position to reopen. If we go to the next slide, please. And so as we think about the details of the plan, and of course, many of these details have been, hot off the press and have been communicated. We know that, ultimately these are one-time funds. Certainly there will be a very designated way in which these funds are used. And then also, as we think about the timing of these funds, many of them will expire will expire by the end of this calendar year on December 31st, 2021. But most importantly, we're working on the safety plan because obviously we're in the purple tier right now. And then obviously we'll be in a position, hopefully, to have our plan approved by our county office when it's ready and available. If we go to the next slide, please. And then just in terms of the key dates, we know that there's a couple of rounds of applying as soon as February 1st. And we know that obviously there's conditions for application. Obviously we have to have the safety plan. There is a requirement for a ratified agreement with both our certificated and classified collective bargaining partners. And then obviously, as we think about the things that are required by the application date, which we have well underway, a safety plan that will be publicly displayed on our district website. And then, of course, for our students, ensuring access as we've been in distance learning. And of course, that's been ongoing work of the system to ensure our students have as much access as possible to the internet. If we go to the next slide, please. And then as this plan has taken shape, there's been obviously other stakeholders, and in this context, there's 7 superintendents. Our district, along with 6 other large urban districts, have provided guidance to the governor in response to the plan. Certainly, the call out for state action, and it's already obviously underway and it's taking place. Recognition that as we think about communities impacted, Sacramento City Unified being one, we know there's disproportionality in COVID impact, and so just making sure that we have a strong focus on addressing inequities. And then this notion of, how do we establish a standard, which is really important in the context of knowing that there's best practices that are emerging, that have been identified, and then putting us in a position where ultimately districts are not left on their own to make that decision about reopening, but having a really strong standard that everyone can understand and everyone can implement, so that there is no contingency within the letter. The superintendent's framed this notion of no veto power that comes out of just one stakeholder group, but that everybody understands exactly what's being asked in the reopening, and that everybody adheres to those standards. And then, of course, those standards being explicit, requiring schools to reopen, kind of regardless then of a potential confusion or dissonance from other stakeholder groups, but really anchoring to standards that are approved and valid and ensure health and safety, and then create the conditions for high quality instruction. Go to the next slide, please.
Mr. Harris, if I can just interject, I know that some of the positions that we have taken in Sac City, along with other district, as you know, board members and to our community members, I know it's been well documented. But as we go into and transition to give you what we've been working on for months on end, as you know, and some of the metrics that the board sort of approved that are internal to us prior to the governor's plan that he released in late December, you'll see, I hope, and appreciate that there's been a lot of work that our staff has been engaged in to prepare for an eventual reopening. And the position that we have stated to the governor, or at least to the governor's team, is that we've been doing a lot of work to prepare for this eventual reopening. What we would love to see is a set of common standards that lays out the requirements for us to meet those standards. And once those standards have been met, then of course that we would be able to reopen and start serving our students, whatever those standards might be. As Mr. Harris and our team begins to now describe and update the board and our community on all of the work that we have been engaged in using the internal metrics that we had discussed and that the board had approved in November of last year, I hope that you'll be able to appreciate the work that our staff has been, again, engaged in across the district to make sure that we are ready to reopen, again, as we have stated, once those common standards have been met. Outside of not establishing those common standards, then our board and our community should pay attention to these next sets of slides, because they lay out and update the board and our community on where we stand with the metrics that we had adopted as a board in November. And I've asked our team to clarify where there might be some overlap between those, I'll just call them local metrics for reopening or local conditions for reopening that match up with what we think the state is asking us to make sure that we are implementing before we reopen and start serving our students through in-person instruction and supports.
So this slide's, and again, we're gonna try to manage going through slides that you've seen previously, because these tie back, as the superintendent mentioned, the local measures that we spoke to you about in November. But these next few slides will give you a refresh of some of those metrics, and we'll go deep on a few. But also, as you think about the metric we proposed locally, we really relied on content expertise. And so particularly for our new board members, in the context of how we create our local metrics, it actually was a combination of using guidance directly from the California Department of Public Health, Sacramento County, of course, Department of Public Health as well, following the research in terms of scientific expert guidance. We actually had a pre-existing pandemic plan, so really applying lessons learned, and then obviously benchmarking as well, with other districts, both in California and other places, and then having our ability then to populate metrics which staff work can directly impact. And so that's what you'll see in the next succeeding slides. If we go to the next slide, please. And so again, as we discussed back in November, we developed categories of metrics, kind of the required, the above and beyond, thinking through this notion of really a strategic frame around minimizing and mitigating. And of course, we would provide a framework for the evaluative frame of all the metrics so that you get a sense of our stance in terms of where they stand currently, in terms of our whole red, not started. Many of them, I don't think actually right now we have any that are not started, of course. We have a few that are still in process, and then most are leaning towards being completed. Go to the next slide, please. Since we think about these kind of two strategic frames, minimizing and mitigating, really minimizing speaks to this notion of keeping COVID away. So how do you minimize the impact, kind of the force field of how do you keep it completely away? And obviously there's many tactics that have been suggested, and we're learning more about that over time. But frankly, as we think about spread, really mitigation has become much more significant as well in terms of knowing, and we've talked about this previously in our presentations, that community spread is the leading indicator for risk. And since at this point we know we have significant community spread, mitigation has become a very important part of what we're working towards. And so the physical barriers, the blockages, the face masks, all those things are incredibly important right now. As Superintendent mentioned, we've done some crosswalking of our local metrics in terms of what we know right now, in terms of the governor's guidance for safe school for all plan. And so you'll see those metrics which we think have a direct tie to the governor's plan will be in bold, and you'll see that there'll be a number that do directly tie to the governor's plan. If we go to the next slide, please. And so again, I'll go through these relatively quickly because, of course, these were board adopted and you saw them twice in both board meetings in November. But again, I will point to the ones that are in bold, really speak to ones that we think are a direct tie to the state's guidance. And of course, obviously, the other metrics we think are really important as well. And at this point, we'll go ahead, if we go to the next slide, we'll take a moment and actually walk through some of the metrics just to give you more of an on-the-ground perspective. In the interest of time, of course, we won't go through all of them because that's what we did back in November, but we have identified a few metrics that we think are important, particularly given our current status, for you to have a deeper understanding of. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Keyshawn Marshall.
Good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent, board members. This slide complements the metrics you've seen in the previous slide referencing PPE in all classrooms and common spaces. So to ensure a safe workplace and learning environment, we have enough PPE and hygiene supplies as outlined in the current guidelines, even that we received today, of about 2 months supply. We're comfortable in saying that and being able to provide each student and staff member with everything they need as far as masks, gloves, all protective equipment, and hygiene supplies. Disposable masks available for all visitors, staff, and students. Disposable face shields for all students and staff. Student and staff reusable masks that will be laundered bi-weekly. Hand sanitizer dispensers in every classroom and designated high traffic areas. In the beginning, we received PPE donations from the Office of Emergency Services that was distributed through County Office of Ed. Disposable mask, hand sanitizer, handheld thermometers, face shields. Since then, we have acquired even more options, such as smocks for our assessments when that time comes in our special needs department, masks with visible lips, mask clips, reusable masks with fun characters for our kiddos, and district logo masks for our staff. Next slide, please. This slide talks about the metrics that complements all employees provided access to the Hour Zero COVID training. And so what we've done is we have a mandated training portal called Hour Zero that specifically has COVID-related training for all of our employees. Some of the things that it highlights is pandemic training for administrators, first steps for administrators, what to expect, what can schools also do, strategies, and pandemic training for teachers, strategies for classroom, risk communications, clean and disinfect between classes, spray-free classroom spaces, how to promote healthy hygiene, and daily practices and supplies. And of course, the most important one, social distancing. Next slide, please. This matrix talks about all employees provided access. Oh, sorry. Is it the next slide, please? And that's for Victoria. Sorry about that. I'll hand it over and Victoria Flores will explain this slide.
Hi there, good evening. So I get to talk about COVID vaccines, which is what everybody's interested in. So under our metric about health promotion practices, we regularly do these types of things. Flu clinics have been ongoing in partnership with HealthNet and Sac County Public Health, oral health screenings, and then also our weekly immunization clinic. It is constantly running. It might even actually, they're probably wrapping up today, but it probably even ran today. And so, of course, we are also going to be looking forward to providing the COVID vaccine. We know that all of our education staff, including support staff, are going to be in that next group, Group 1B, Tier 1. We're so excited and grateful for that. And we really do want to look at focusing, immunizing those staff that are front-facing and daily reporting, physically reporting and working with our community. What comes to mind for me are our amazing nutrition services staff who have shown up every day since the very beginning of this pandemic to make sure that our community is fed. And so because Sac City Unified is already a vaccine provider through a program called Vaccines for Children, we get those vaccines for free from the state. We will be allowed to provide vaccine when it is available. So we're really excited about that. And we've got a longstanding partnership with Sac County Public Health. And so we have some pretty good internal expertise about how to do this. Our health services staff that are providing direct medical care services through our immunization clinic or are volunteering to do that did receive access in that Group 1A to begin to be vaccinated. So if you saw a social media post yesterday, you may have seen a picture of a few of them receiving their first vaccine. One of the things we do know from talking with Sac County Public Health or going through that clinic out at Cal Expo is that the process is a little bit more timely. We have to wait 15 minutes for every person who is vaccinated to have an observation period. And so we will be working with all those partners. We're actually going to go tour the Cal Expo site. They have a drive-through clinic that's going really great. And so we're hoping to be able to replicate that to keep our community and our school staff safe. And with that, I'll go to next slide, back to Chief Harris.
So again, as we think about the portfolio of metrics, this is one where we discussed with you in November, and some of these actually have converted to green, but we still do have some yellows. We're confident that with our current yellows, they'll be green, obviously, before we open. But lots of work underway with our facilities team in terms of the installation of barriers, in terms of creating the appropriate distance. And so this is just an update that we're continuing on that work, and it remains in process, but we feel very confident we'll be done as we reopen. Go to the next slide, please. And then as Ms. Flores spoke to, we'll give you a deeper dive actually on a few of our efforts around testing. And you'll see here, obviously, we've got several things that we've already accomplished. The measure at the bottom actually is one that we've kind of walked on. So we didn't talk about thermoscanners previously, but they really are an important tool for us to do temperature checks at scale. And so we'll give you a brief overview of that. Because we really do see them as very effective. And of course, for those who've entered our schools and our buildings, you've had an opportunity to actually see them in action because they've been purchased and they've started to be distributed. With that, we can go to the next slide and hear a little bit more deeply about some of the measures at hand.
Hi, this metrics in this slide speaks to the thermoscanners that Mr. Harris was referencing. And so we have purchased thermoscanners for all sites and district operational departments. And so this system is to cover temperature checking needs at every site. We have a large unit, which is the first picture that you see, and that's located at the Cerner Center for right now because we're not fully opened. And so this unit has the capability of scanning up to 5,000 people in 30 minutes. And what that means is up to 5,000 people, it can bring in and scan each one as they walk, up to 30 people in a parameter, and in 30 minutes. Smaller unit is what you see in the second picture, the third picture, and the fourth picture. The second picture is the administrative building for our transportation department. And as you see, they have it all set up, ready to go. They have their screening station ready, and they also have their temperature scanner. This unit can scan up to 600 people in 30 minutes. The third picture is one of our learning hubs. And so this is, I believe, Ethel I. Baker. The fourth one is Sam Brennan Middle School. And again, 600 people in 30 minutes. We are scheduled to deploy at the end of January. Every site has a scanner that would meet the threshold of 400 or more ADA in full capacity. Next slide, please. And I will hand it over to Victoria.
Hi there. So yeah, I'm here to talk about COVID testing. And so we had that metric around having testing available for all of our staff that are physically reporting. And so we were promoting the now 11 community testing sites that are available through Sac County Public Health. And we are now looking at currently expanding to explore these two different types of tests that are becoming readily available through the Safe School for All plan. So there's currently two types of diagnostic tests. They're both self-administered, and I'm going to go into some detail on both of them. But we're exploring a PCR test and then also a rapid antigen test. And what we know is this graphic on the bottom shows us is that routine testing allows for the detection of asymptomatic COVID infection within our community. So it really does help us isolate positive cases quickly, identify those close contacts, whether it's a whole entire cohort, keep those folks home, and we break that cycle of transmission. So that's really what we're looking to do. And if we go to the next slide, I will take you through some further details. So this is looking at that self-administered PCR test. So we know for the cost, the state of California is picking up the large bulk of this. They will provide the PCR test kits, the registration software, the test processing through their Valencia branch laboratory. What Sac City must cover is all of those operational costs, all of the PPE required, of course, the staffing, processing, and then shipping. But what we're actually learning is there will be a drop-off site, actually two drop-off sites here in Sacramento, where we can just daily drop those kits off. We know that weekly testing, when we're over 14 new cases per day per 100,000 residents, is what is going to be required under the new Safe School plan. So if we think about that, in between 25 positives per day and 14 positives per day, we will need to test weekly. And if we go to the next slide, I'll show you some pictures there. We know results come in 24 to 48 hours. We've ordered our first batch of test kits and they have arrived. It's very exciting. And we hope to begin sample testing sometime later in January. We've still got a little onboarding to do at this state, but we are quickly moving there. And so what you see here is an actual picture of one of the test kits. It's really incredibly simple. A little vial where your nose swab goes into the biohazard bag, and that's what gets shipped off to the lab. Our staff do have to observe people administering the test to make sure that they do it appropriately, but you just get to take that long Q-tip and swab your own nose there. Next slide, please. And so this is a little bit more about the Buy Next Now test. So we know for this test, to be able to perform this, we have to obtain what's called a CLIA waiver. There's the big long word for it. And our waiver waiver is actually in process right now. It's with the state. We are actually working with CDPH staff to get that processed very quickly because they are offering up some piloting of these tests. And so we were able to get these tests through both Sac County Public Health and CDPH. Again, they're going to provide all the kits, and then we just provide the same with the PCR test, the staffing, and the PPE, that kind of operational cost. And one new detail that we just learned today with the release of the Safe School for All plan is that if we do choose to use this type of testing, the rapid antigen testing, we will have to test 2 times a week when our case rate is over 14 new cases per day. So lots of new details to unpack and learn about this. And if we go to the next slide, I'll show you a photo of that as well. This will be available to all employees and students. Again, we have to observe people doing the self-swab. We can assist if we need to, if you're thinking about some younger children. We know this test was originally best used for symptomatic individuals, but we are learning some new evidence and details that it is working for surveillance testing. And as these pictures show, it's again very, very simple. A nasal swab, there's a test card and a reagent. That swab goes into that test card, you squirt the reagent, and you have your results in about 15 minutes. So with that, I will turn it over to Vincent for the next slide.
So if you remember back in November, we talked a bit about this notion of above and beyond metrics. And of course now, some of the above and beyond metrics are still, very much underway. And as we're getting more guidance from the state, many of our other metrics in some respects become above and beyond as well. But you see here we made great progress on completing all these. Half of them were in progress back in November. We've made significant progress in terms of converting them to green. The third one was one we spent more time talking about in terms of just the third-party assessment. Of course, that work now is underway, and we look forward to that work being completed. And then, of course, we'll convert that to green as well. If we go to the next slide. An important part of our conversation also in November was the board feedback. And so what this page attempts to do is capture the board's feedback to us in terms of other thoughts that were expressed in terms of metric considerations. And actually, in some respects, these comments proved to be right in line with where we are right now. And so you'll see the first 3 actually are in some respects captured almost explicitly within the state's framework. Of course, the middle one we've put in red, the part of it that's kind of our speak versus the state speak exactly, but you'll find it does really much align in many respects to what the ultimate state guidance has been. And so wanted to honor that. And then of course, the last 2 bullets speak to things that we're always thinking about, right? This notion of safely bringing back our students in small groups. Again, our learning hubs have been a significant learning opportunity for us to figure out how to do that well. And then again, back to the mitigation measures that we're speaking to whatever degree we can do outdoor spaces, we continue to explore that as an option to support the educational outcomes for our students. But did want to honor the board's feedback from November and speak to the fact that a significant part of that feedback actually now is incorporated in the overall state's plan. Go to the next slide. I'll turn the presentation over to our Chief of Communications, and you'll get an opportunity to get an overview of a pretty exciting body of work in terms of our dashboard, in terms of our transparency process.
Hi, board members. Good evening. I'm Tara Gallegos, your Chief Communications Officer. So since March, our district has released COVID-19 updates, distance learning website, return together updates, which included 60 pages of a health and safety plan. And we know that with this high volume of information available on the website, that it can be really overwhelming to follow and wade through. And some of that information can get lost even when we send out regular updates. And so we're always looking for a better way to display and provide information to our community, particularly about our district efforts to reopen and our effort to adapt as guidance and requirements change. So with that, I'm excited to present a sneak peek of our Return Together reopening dashboard. And I think Vincent, Mr. Flores, you can kind of scroll through a little bit. And I want to recognize here for a moment our webmaster and communications specialist, Andrea Stares, who has been instrumental in putting together all of these websites for us. And what she's done here is she's taken all of the information that you heard about today and put it into an easy to read, one-page snapshot that our families and students and stakeholders can return to regularly to learn about our efforts and where we are in our efforts with completed, in progress, or not met, ineligible, in that same green, yellow, and red color coding that you're already used to. It also indicates where we've gone above and beyond and where our metrics intersect with the governor's Safe Schools for All plan. And Mr. Flores, if you can kind of scan down a little bit. So you can see here we have a whole bunch of different categories that align to what you've already seen. And we also know that in addition to this snapshot, there are families and stakeholders who have different appetites for information. And so while we have this dashboard in this kind of high-level, digestible format, we're also going to be offering additional layers of information through FAQs, information and resources. And this dashboard will be available in our target languages and the FAQs in a format on our website with the translation feature. You can also see here we've embedded the dashboard from Sac County Public Health, and we'll continue to update this whole dashboard with additional information as it comes, including our own dashboard of cases within the SUSD community. So you should be looking out for this in the next week or so. And with that, I'll turn it over to our human resources.
Good evening, Board President Pritchett, Superintendent, and board members. I'm going to talk very briefly. I know you've heard a lot of information. We're just going to share with you the process and talk through both the summer intent to return notices that were sent out, inquiries, as well as the fall. In the summer, they were sent out to all employees via email, and we asked employees to identify if they would be working remotely or if they would be physically reporting. They provided information. You can see the results here. In addition, these intent to return notifications that went out in the summer provided information about the interactive process that our risk and disability management team facilitates in order to determine whether the district could provide employees with reasonable accommodations to allow them to perform their essential work functions of their positions. You can see that in the fall, which is that second category, the responses were more limited. These were sent out from school sites to school site employees. And in this one, they were asked to identify, again, this is fall, so this is November, asked to identify if they would be able to return in person or if they did not intend to return in person. Again, with information on the interactive process, what that entails, who they would need to reach out to, and what that looked like. With this, now where we are, you can see certainly a range in response rates from where we were in August to where we were in November. What we're looking at now, and as you've heard all of the information shared tonight, as we prepare to send out another inquiry to try to gauge where staff is, we will send it out to all staff. And we will be asking for when schools open, when schools reopen. So not next week, not the week after, but when schools reopen, to try to get the best picture that we can of what we can expect for employees when school is ready to open. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Chief Academic Officer.
Good evening. And so when we hear all of this information, I know that what we are all most interested in is, so what does this mean for bringing back our students? And as we learned this tonight from our team and reviewing our metrics and the incredible work that our teams have been doing, our facilities are well on the way to being ready to reopen. And despite even the current surges that we see such success with opening our learning hubs that we know that when our public health orders allow, we will safely reopen for our students. Having toured all of our hubs and enjoyed the student smiles that you get to see behind their masks, I know that I share for our entire team that we cannot wait to be caring for all of our learners in person and in our buildings. As Chief Harris reminded us as he opened this evening for us, we have to all remain agile. We've been even through the day today, adjusting and bringing to you the most current information as we continue to manage our planning around this current science and information that comes our way. And based on this most current information, I know that we will safely reopen with a phased in approach that both acknowledges the needs across grade level spans and student needs. So in following the governor's phased in proposal and some of the pieces that our team has shared this evening, if we were at now 25 cases per 100,000, what would this start to look like for returning our students in Sacramento City Unified? What do we know right now? And so what we know right now is that if we were able to begin opening, we would adhere to the governor's phased in approach. We know that we will continue to offer, and I think this is really important for our entire community, a full distance learning option for students by choice. We know that we are going to have students and families who will not, for whatever the reason, want to or be able to return. And so we know that our planning continues to have a full distance learning option. We know that we will adhere to the most current public health requirements for our classrooms. And as you heard this evening, that includes cohorting and distancing. And as we all continue to remind and care for each other in our planning and the work that we do for our students, we know that we are going to need to be agile. So let's take just a few moments and look at what this looks like from a numbers perspective and some of the additional complications for the students we serve in Sacramento City Unified. The governor's proposal begins with phasing in early kindergarteners through second graders. And based on the current timeline, what we see is that we will likely need to be considering phasing in early kindergarten through sixth graders for all of our schools in Sacramento City Unified School District. So in Sacramento City, if we phased in early kindergarten through sixth graders, we would look at returning 23,000 students to our classrooms. I want you to, as I share these numbers, continue to think about the recent data, and thank you to Chief McCarn and her team for the work that they've done. And you hear how they're continuing to try to get better and better information on our teachers and their needs for returning. As we also consider, in the governor's phased-in approach, our most vulnerable students. Understand in Sac City, we're talking about including our students who are experiencing homelessness, our students we serve who are living in foster care, our students who are in need of special education services, our students who are learning English, our students who are significantly disengaged, and our students who are chronically absent. If we returned our early kindergartners through sixth graders and all of these students, because we are Sac City, we would need to return over 30,000 students of our total student population. We will need to return our students with adherence to public health cohorting requirements that are being implemented successfully right now in our hubs and include that 6 feet of social distancing with those 16 persons per cohort. So let's think back to Ms. McCarn's slide, and we can start to begin to understand the discrepancy between the number of teachers we're going to need in service to our students in our classrooms and the number of students who we need to serve. Knowing that our governor's proposal also requires that we have an agreement with our labor partners, we're going to need to consider return models that account for this discrepancy while minimizing always the disruption for our students. So we know we're going to need to be looking at some models that include some of our teachers teaching from home, while students are being served both at home in, remember, that distance learning format that we promise that we'll continue to provide, while serving students who are actually in our classrooms for families who choose to return. But the students who would be in our classroom, based on the data and the numbers we know about teachers returning, would be with another safe adult in the classroom while others are learning at their homes. These models would allow us to be able to maintain our current classrooms, whether they are by classroom grade level or by period. And that would help us to stabilize the community of learners that we know that we've built. So although one of the things that we talk about it all the time, and seeing Raylyn O'Bray this evening and having been to the Harkness Hub and seeing the smiles behind those masks, one of the things that we all are working so hard to make sure we are ready and prepared to do is to return our students to our classrooms. But it's important that our board and our community understand that we have significant complications to continue to work through as we work toward our ability to return. But we can't wait to have our kids all here and with us. And now I'll turn over to Chief Harris.
To wrap up the presentation, many of the themes in our wrap-up you've heard about this evening. Just heard from Chief Pieta around the notion of our learning hubs, and those have been a real important lesson learned for us in terms of strategies to reduce and mitigate transmission on campus. All the things that you heard from Ms. Flores around contract tracing practices, mitigation importance in terms of the strategic elements that we've already implemented, all the best practices that we've heard from a variety of sources have been integrated into our metrics. And we are looking to sponsor another employee intent to return, because obviously we know that information is really going to drive our ability to successfully reopen and making sure that we have the most current information as possible. Remaining as adaptable as guidance evolves, that's been a theme ever since the pandemic started. It remains a theme in all the work that we do, and we're looking to, in real time, make sure that everything we do ties to the most current guidance, whether it be scientific from the California Department of Health and our Sac County Department of Health as well. And then actually, as we end this presentation, we just want to bookend on the heaviness that this presentation opens with in terms of the local context that we're all dealing with right now. And just want to encourage folks to please abide by the public health orders, because again, we know that community spread is the leading indicator for overall safety. And we know that right now, as we deal with the surge and hopefully see elements of mitigation taking place, that it will take all of us to hopefully create the conditions of safety in terms of mitigating community spread to create the conditions for us to have a healthy and safe reopening of schools. With that, I'll end the presentation and turn it back to the board.
Great. Thank you so much to the staff. Superintendent, do you wanted to add something?
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I just wanted again to reiterate, board members, that as we begin to provide feedback and questions and answers, just keep in mind that many of us are going to be starting to unpack the latest guidance from CDPH, which may also inform us on the reopening. And again, that was just released this afternoon. So we, of course, will come back to the board as we've done about once a month with updates to reopening plans. But I just wanted to make sure that you keep that in mind. And we will send you a link to those, to the revised guidance from CDPH if you haven't seen it already.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. Board President Pritchett, we have one public comment. And this is from Rowena Gray. Board member Morawski raised the possibility at a recent board meeting that K2 might be allowed to reopen first, even if other grades remain closed. Can the board provide an update on whether and when this can go ahead? And that's the only public comment.
Thank you so much. All right, do we have any board member comments? I can start with, I do have a couple questions. I have a question in regard to the sanitizing stations at school sites, and wondering if we have put into consideration that these can't all be alcohol-based sanitizing stations, because a lot of students may have skin issues. And maybe, I don't know if that was Victoria that, or
Yeah, Miss Flores might be the best one to answer that question because she is most familiar with the requirements around alcohol-based hand sanitizers.
That is something, Board President Pritchett, that I'll have to look into. I know there is some requirements around, and I don't know if our new guidance does speak to that. We do have hand soap, though, and hand washing stations. So I would think for students with those kinds of sensitivities and allergies that we could work around that or make sure that we have a comparable product available for them. Thank you for bringing that up.
Of course, and hopefully making it very, clear to our staff that's with our students, because I know with little ones, they're just going to go run over and do exactly what their friends just did, right? And it could potentially be very harmful for them. The other question I had was actually for Victoria as well, so if you can stay on real quick. In terms of the swabbing that we potentially will be doing, in the survey that we sent out, do you know if that question was asked if parents, how they felt about swabbing students on school sites? So I know as an adult, it's a scary process, right? And I can only imagine for young children being swabbed, it's even a lot scarier. So I am curious how, if we know how parents are feeling about that.
We don't really know yet. Even for young children, though, it's a self-swab. So they actually get to control it. And honestly, just human behavior, human psychology says anytime we get to do it, we feel a lot better about it. And so both these different types of testing are a self-swab. We can assist if we need to. For any of you who have gone and had a COVID test, you don't have to go as deep as likely you've experienced. You just have to swirl it right at the tip. And really, we just need a little material. I'll try not to keep it gross. And that's why we have to observe. So we make sure that students and staff, even adults, do it correctly. But it is a very easy and gentle process. So, and we do know we will need some level of parent permission, whether we notify and do a passive permission or active. We're working with the state on those protocols. But we will want parents to be aware, to understand, what we're doing, and then potentially, opting into that.
Great, thank you. I've actually had both self-administered and had someone do it, and it is a lot different experience when somebody else does that for you, for sure. Are there any other board questions or comments? Member Villa?
I just wanted to say thank you to staff for putting everything together. I know that's an extensive amount of work, and it's as a parent, it's really exciting to see what our district is doing to make sure that our staff and our students and our families are safe. So I appreciate all of the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Any other board comments or questions? Member Morowski.
And I will defer to Board Member Shake if you don't mind. I think he had his hand up earlier.
I apologize.
That's no problem. Thank you so much, Member Morowski. First of all, I did want to join with Member Villa in thanking all of our staff. I mean, this is a great presentation, and hopefully it sort of reassures parents when they do have when the time comes to make the decision on whether to send students in person. There's just been a lot of great work towards that. I have a quick question, because I've been hearing doubts floating around sort of towards one of the metrics, which is, let me read it. Replace filters with the highest MERV rated filter units are designed to use. So I know Mr. Browning has presented on this a while back. There's a green here. Could we just expand upon how we're doing the ventilation stuff?
Yeah, so the highest MERV rating filter possible. We have a number of different types of HVAC units throughout our whole district, ranging in a number of different vintages, if you will. And so some of those HVAC units would have to work extensively much harder if we installed them with a MERV 13 compared to like a MERV 8 filter. That would lead to a much shorter lifespan and a lot more maintenance and work on the filters, and it would actually reduce the amount of airflow through the filters because of the restriction. The fans would not be able to actually pull the airflow through those filters. Does that get to your answer, Member Sheik?
It does, thank you.
Do you have another question, Student Member Sheik?
That's all, Member Roski, take it now.
All right, Member Morosky.
Thank you. And thank you to staff for that very timely, up-to-date presentation. I know there's a lot going on, so just appreciate the agility, and you've been pivoting like almost every day. So I'm very pleased to see the dashboard. It is going to be really helpful. I've received questions about, kind of where are we with reopening? What is the district working on? And it's very opaque to get a peek inside of that if you're not living it every day. So I think that's going to be huge, and I appreciated Ms. Gallegos saying that it would hopefully be available in the next week or so. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's wonderful. Yeah, and we'll look out for that, and I'm sure we're going to send out a communication about it. So perfect. I had a couple of questions. These are probably for Victoria as well, about vaccine deployment. So can you describe a little bit more about how, what do we think it's going to look like? I'm so excited that, that our district can be, a provider of the vaccine. Do we have all the cold storage equipment we need? Do we have all of the kind of operational things in place that we'll need to do it? And what do you think it's going to look like? Like if I'm an SCUSD staff, will I be contacted? Will there be like a tent set up outside that, I just come at a specific time, or like just kind of what should we expect?
Those are all really great questions. Some of them we're still asking and learning. We do have capacity. We've been not hoarding, but ordering. So the supplies that we would need in our immunization clinic, we have an immunization grade freezer, but not one of those really, really deep, sub freezers. So that would likely mean we would get, I believe it's the Moderna vaccine. So we do have that capacity. We are imagining that we would do this as a drive-through clinic outside. We're fortunate to have a very large parking lot out there at CERNA that's really not being utilized right now. So yes, a tent, yes, our staff outside. We're still waiting on details about staff that would register and how we would do that, but you would register online. And if you look at how we're running our immunization clinic right now, it's a Google link, it's all online. We do all of that vetting so that by the time you come, we see it's you, we give you your shot, you drive your car over to a place where you park and you wait, you roll your window down, we stick a timer on your dash, your car, and after 15 minutes, we check in with you, make sure you're not having an allergic reaction or anything, and you're on your way. You get your little card. So there are still a lot of details that we're hoping, to learn. Our goal is that there's many pathways for individuals who are in that next group to receive their vaccine, and that they can do it in whichever way they're comfortable. Some people will want to work with their healthcare provider and go that route. We may be able to extend invitations to CalExpo. It's an incredibly impressive operation out there with the National Guard. I'm hearing wonderful things. Or we will have our district sponsored immunization clinic so that we can move through this group as quickly as possible. Because remember, we've got to come back for a second shot. So, and it's about 4 weeks in between is what we're learning. So I hope that gives you some, but as we learn more details, we will share.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to think through the timeline. So like if we start in mid-February, say, what does that seem like? I mean, it's in the ballpark, right? So then it'll be another, month, 5 weeks, 6 weeks out from there until everyone would actually be vaccinated, right?
Correct.
like-
And the science is saying about 2 weeks after that second dose, you're pretty much fully vaccinated.
Oh, I see. Okay. So like kind of 5 weeks from 6 weeks from your first dose, basically. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
That's helpful. And then on the testing and surveillance, I'm really happy that the district is looking at the rapid tests. All I've seen is it's more of a test of infectiousness, which is I think what we need to be able to really tamp down the spread and just keep COVID out if we can. I know that there's some concerns about like they're not as good as the diagnostic tests. So I'm wondering if we decide to go that route, I think it's just important for people to understand it's just a surveillance screening. It's not really a diagnostic test. It doesn't tell you for sure if you have COVID or not. And so I don't know. I'm just curious on our thoughts about, does it have to be one or the other? Can we offer like a diagnostic option if they want like to know for sure versus like just the screen kind of surveillance screening, I guess I would call it, instead of a test?
Yeah, so what we're pursuing both so that we can be positioned to go one way or the other, and likely we might want to keep both, because if we do the Binex Now, the rapid antigen test, if we get a positive on that, we know that we can pretty much treat that as a positive on someone who's symptomatic. So that's pretty clear and indicative, and we're going to treat you as a positive and move forward. If someone is not symptomatic and they test positive, the protocol asks us to do a PCR test. Mm-hmm. And we're working with the state and Sac County Public Health right now on, but would we initially treat them as a positive? I think we would. But if we had that rapid PCR test available, we could just do that right then and there, ship it off to the state. We'd have those results in 24 to 48 hours. There is a little bit more of a likelihood of some false positives with that rapid antigen. We are in such widespread COVID right now that's not as big a concern. So we are developing those protocols, and we do see maybe some space for doing both, if that kind of helps you think.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that we're getting the support from the state. That's really good to know. I appreciate it. And just like one final question about the testing. Do we have sort of the operational plan or in terms of like just the staffing we would need to observe those tests? And, do we have to hire more staff, or have we kind of calculated out like how many hours of versus what we, capacity we have?
Yeah, so right now, because we have so few people, we feel like we can cover that internally. That's where our partnership with the state and some other districts that are doing this, we can really help understand. I mean, if we were doing testing at every single school site, yes, we would need to ramp up that ability. And depending on which way we go, if we use the rapid antigen and we have to test twice weekly, that might also, be a need for some additional staffing. So yeah, we are actively exploring all of that and are really, leaning in and learning with our state partners and some of those districts that are piloting these testing protocols ahead of us. So lots more to learn and a lot more to share with you all.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would also like to hear about the instructional models. I know that I'm probably out of time, so I'll pass it on. But one thing that I also I'm concerned about is just understanding like what that actually looks like for the teacher in the classroom, for the student who's at home, and for the student who's in the classroom. So if we get to that at some point, that would be good. But I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Garcia.
Yes, I ditto that request. I'm interested in hearing what that looks like. I'm a visual learner, so I need to picture that. First, thank you to staff. I know this has been ongoing work. I know that a lot of the state guidance is ever changing. a lot of it doesn't always align. So with even within the state, but even from the state to the county. So it's just been a lot of work. So I just wanted to recognize all the hard work that you've done. I do have a few questions, and I'll focus my questions around the governor's proposal, the plan to return. So I appreciate that there was a distinction between, some of the local metrics that match up with the governor's plan. We know that still could change, right? It's just the beginning or a proposal. There's still a process that it needs to go through before it's finalized. It's a lot of input. It's going to happen along that process. But I'm just wondering, generally speaking, on a scale from 1 to 10, where is the local plan, the district's plan relative to the governor's plan? Are we like at 7, at 5? Just trying to gauge sort of what the gap is.
I think that's an excellent question, Member Garcia. I'll take a stab at it, and then Mr. Harris, if you want to direct Mr. Flores to any particular slide. And I'll just mention one slide that I think is relevant, which is the data dashboard template that our staff has been working on. One of the unknowns at this point, Member Garcia, is that although the governor's plan, if you remember, it calls for districts to upload information somehow, and that the state will be managing a dashboard of its own, so that community members can, I'd imagine, kind of like the California data dashboard, you'd put Sac City Unified and it would show you, I'm just going to call them the pillars of that plan, where Sac City might be in terms of each of those metrics. One area is that we're still not clear in terms of the details, what it's going to take for the state to determine that we've met, for example, the PPE metric, which is one of the metrics that's in the state's plan. You heard in the local context, Ms. Marshall said, we have about 2 months supply of PPE, for example. So it's hard to say right now how the metrics are going to align or not. So the distinction that we can make is that the locally adopted metrics have their definitions. We're saying, 2 months supply, for example, in that area. I would say, to answer your question, that except for the requirement that still exists today of an MOU, for example, I would say that we are very close in terms of the level of detail that we have right now of the governor's plan, not knowing the specifics for what it's going to take for them to deem that we've met the requirements of PPE and other areas, which is why I do want to also thank our staff for being so proactive. You saw in the mock-up of the dashboard, if Mr. Flores can bring that up for our community and for our board to see, we envision a dashboard that doesn't just have a title, if you will, but instead has access to resources and proof points, documented evidence of why we believe that we have met each of those metrics that the board adopted in November. We know that it's going to be critical for our community to have confidence that we have done everything within our control to make sure that they might feel confident of sending their students back to in-person instruction. And so we envision that that there will be hyperlinks to each of these areas, as opposed to just saying testing and we're either going to be completed in progress or not, but that instead under each of these you're going to be able to see how we have defined the sub metrics for each of these areas, and that you would be able to hyperlink, look at FAQs, and better understand how it is that we've arrived at a determination that we've met each of these areas. This is the level of detail that we're still lacking in the state plan, but based on what we've seen in that plan, I would say that, again, to answer your question, we're very close, except for the requirement of having an MOU.
So,
And-
oh, go ahead.
I was going to add, Governor Garcia, if you could go to slide 14, please. Really the essence of your question, I think, is a very important one, and one that we probably should continue to wrestle with in each upcoming meeting. But as slide 14 points to the journey we've been on, one way in which I think we do have a strong overlay with the state guidance through the superintendent's comments is that we basically are all using the same source documents. And so in slide 14, you saw a framing of the benchmarking that we've been doing. And so, it's high risk for me to do a number, but I'll go high risk and then just discount the number as soon as I say it. But I'd say we're probably between a 7 and 8. And as superintendent mentioned, we don't have the explicit definitions, and that's really important. But I would say in the framing of 4 pillars, there is significant overlap. Now, obviously, as we think about COVID testing and vaccination, that's emergent work for us to resolve. So we're definitely not any higher than maybe 7.5, close to 8. But I would say because both the state and all of us, frankly, are tying to scientific research, or tying to practices as they emerge, as you mentioned, and the agility to change as we get better information, there is a tight relationship between the state guidance and what we've done in the local context. Because certainly this has not been us in a laboratory in isolation. It actually has been a very public benchmarking exercise. And so again, potentially, as we think about COVID testing and vaccination, that's what we're learning right now on the leading edge with everyone else. But everything else, we basically have done kind of the same exact research and use the state, frankly, as part of our research in terms of identifying things. So I do think we have a high overlay, but we need more definitions to really answer your question to fidelity.
Well, that's good to know. It's good to know that you have confidence that we're closer than we're not, right? We're not at 1 or 2. We're like on the high end. But there is a critical component that is required for reopening, whether or not it's applying for the grants or not, and that's an MOU. So what can you share relative to the progress of that MOU, which is critical to in-person instruction?
Yeah, and I'll just remind the board and our community that we have included information in our return to health on our website. Our community can access the latest information around negotiations, the last proposals, the last counter proposals, which is why I think it's really important that, and I apologize because this was a heavy presentation in that we're asking the board and our community to sort of be able to understand that the state has come up with a reopening plan, and the board also adopted metrics in November. So in some ways, you're kind of managing in your mind that there's 2 sets of metrics and 2 sets of requirements here that you're having to pay attention to and better understand. Our latest proposal, counter proposal, to our labor partners is in line with the metrics that we've adopted, which of course, we don't have a metric that says, we have to reach an MOU, but that's what we're working toward. I mean, that is the best approach. The requirement of an MOU at the state level, of course, Member Garcia, is to be able to access those funds that the governor has put forward. We are not eligible, even, just the MOU aside, at this point, as you know, we're not eligible to apply for that because of the adjusted rate of COVID cases being above what that threshold is. And that's also a concern that we've expressed to the governor's office, in that we believe that type of funding philosophy of giving additional resources to schools that serve needier students was not necessarily designed for applying it to this kind of situation. I encourage our community to access our website to make sure that you're able to follow where we're at in terms of the negotiations process. We don't have a date set at this time for the next meeting, but we are actively working to try to make sure that we do have an MOU. The important piece here again is that depending on what happens with the discussions that you mentioned, because the governor has made a proposal, we're still going to wait to hear from the legislature their perspective. It's difficult to say right now what is going to be the driving force for reopening. Is it going to be the local metrics that we established in November based on board discussion? Is it going to be some iteration of what the governor has proposed and what the legislature comes back with for some potential statewide guidance for reopening? It's difficult to tell right now, but of course, we're committed to keep you posted. But again, understanding that this is very difficult for everybody to try to keep track in their mind. And again, right now, I acknowledge that you have the state with its plan, and and prior to that plan, we were all talking about our locally adopted conditions to reopen. And I acknowledge that that's difficult to track, but we're going to continue to try to keep you informed.
Okay, so that much appreciated. And also getting clarification on the ability of the district to apply for those dollars, even though on a countywide basis, we're still above the 25 per 100,000. I think you're still able to apply. You just can't reopen until it is safe to do so. So we just need clarification. There's still lots of questions. I have two more questions, if you can indulge me. The other question that I had was the I guess I don't know if it's a survey or whatever is going out to the workforce to determine whether or not there's if they intend to return. I think it's in person, right? Is the question just that? Do you intend to return in person? Is it a yes or no? Or I'm just wondering in terms of yes, but with vaccinations. And what if we have employees that don't want to get a vaccination? What does that mean? If you can you may not have a comprehensive answer, but just a brief answer you can get back to me too. And then I do have one follow-up question, another question.
No, I would like Chief McCarn to give you a very quick overview of the intention to return form and the kinds of questions that it asks, and how we're hoping that we will be able to integrate our current personnel data system so that we're not doing it via Excel or a Google Doc or something. I mean, this is really critical information as we also wait to hear, Member Garcia, to your point, what happens if there is an exemption outside of a medical exemption, what happens in terms of legislation on leaves, which is why I thought that it was really critical for the board and our community to hear back-to-back slides of the human resources aspect to reopening and Chief McCarn and her team's work to give us a more exact assessment of what are we going to have in terms of access to human capital as we think about reopening and how that might impact the models of learning, because we shouldn't assume that we're going to have enough staff, for example, and you've all have been following surely the findings across the state of a lack of substitute teachers, for example, as well. And so I thought that it was really critical that you hear about where we stand today in terms of employees who have returned that intention to return form after 2 rounds and the need to do another round so that we can continue to prepare for an eventual reopening. So Chief McCarn, if you can give an overview of what's on that form, the questions and the information we're hoping to gather and have gathered for those that have returned it.
Certainly. And we have been, as all of us through this pandemic, living and learning and trying to adjust appropriately. When we asked in August, we asked, do you intend to return physically or in person, right? We knew we were starting school in a distance learning model. And so we wanted to know where employees were. We were really careful to ask if there were any underlying conditions or if they were in need of any accommodations, whether to report remotely or to report in person, that they would be able to go through our interactive process with our risk and disability management team, regardless of how, right? In the fall, we asked more specifically directly to school sites, are you, when you're ready, when we're ready to reopen, will you return in person? And so the question was different. right? Different than are you able to and willing via this intent to return remotely or not? This one will have both. We know that we will need employees to return. We'll need teachers to engage in remote teaching and remote instruction. We know that we will need people to physically report when schools are allowed to open. So that distinction is really an important one. It's essentially a combination of the first two to make sure there are enough choices to fit all of the boxes, given the information that we know. So while there are still some questions unanswered, as of course everybody's been talking about, and as we unpack and learn more, we'll work to tweak and adjust. And we want to be really clear that as employees return this, we're not holding them to it, essentially, right? We need to get the best that we can, the most accurate that we can, have the information and data so that other teams can move forward with their planning for instruction and for welcoming kids back. But we realize things will change. Things have already changed. They'll continue to change. But we need to have at least an expanded pool so we can continue to work with that. And we really need to know who needs accommodations, who needs to engage in that interactive process. So when it's time, the district has enough leeway to be able to adjust and order whatever we might need to order in terms of meeting those accommodations so employees are ready for kids.
Yeah, thank you. It is important to understand what that looks like because that essentially impacts the type of programs, right? Whether they're in person or still distance learning, what's the balance, right? And then my last question, thank you, Kansi, is about the return to play. I would say I sound like a broken record, but I'm going to come into the 21st century and I feel like I'm a GIF on loop. So asking about an update on reopening fields, athletic fields for, we know we have them available for our students, abiding by all the guidance with the county, et cetera. But what about recreational leagues who are also willing to abide by the county public health guidance and so forth, the state? And can you share a little bit where we're at with that? And that's my last question. Thank you. You're on mute.
Thank you, Member Garcia. I'm going to ask Mr. Bozio just to give an overview along with Ms. Marshall. One, from a negotiations perspective, we think that we are making advancements in that area to make sure that we can open our schools for that type of use through our staff and make sure that the facilities are safe, of course, for use by outside entities, if you will. And we certainly will keep you posted as we hear and continue to discuss with our labor partners on that front. Mr. Bozio and Ms. Marshall, if you want to give any updates from sort of a liability perspective and the work that you're doing through your work with our insurance providers as well.
Sure, Superintendent. So one of the initial steps that we've engaged in prior to break, we wanted to initiate a meeting with our SEIU labor partners who represent many of our classified employees who are working at the sites. Currently, we have a health and safety agreement that we entered into with them back in the summer around following state and local health guidelines and ensuring a safe working environment while many of those folks are back at the sites. Part of that agreement did include that we would be limiting access to our sites to only essential personnel. And so back in December, we discussed with SEIU this idea of opening up the outdoor facilities at our school sites to allow for folks to come use the fields or different outdoor facilities, and that conversation went well. There's legitimate concerns, and folks want to be cautious, but we feel like we made some good progress on this, and both parties were generally optimistic about continuing to hopefully come up with a solution to this. We have passed an proposed amendment to that summer MOU to SEIU, and we're looking forward to their feedback on that.
Is there a timeline in mind?
I think we want to proceed with all due speed, and we're continuing to follow up, and so we hope that we can come up with something sooner rather than later. And I think the first step, there's some different pieces to this, nuances, but we were really talking about just kind of general public access to the outdoor facilities. I know our facilities department, in line with these discussions, had started to work on updated signage around the need for social distancing and following all guidelines and so on and so forth as well. So I know that they're working on that. I think that once we get this kind of initial agreement done to allow for public access, then the conversation with SEIU was that we would then we would talk about maybe next steps around whether we can allow for permits for youth sports, for example, to use the fields for practices and things like that. Again, always consistent with whatever is being allowed by state and local guidelines at the particular time. So it's all contingent upon that. As far as liability issues, Keyshawn can also talk about our work with SIA, but we would have certainly liability waivers and so forth attached to any sort of permit agreements or permits that we issue for folks to use our facilities for sports and for other gatherings, right? So they would have to have insurance, they would have to accept the risk and assume the liability and all of that. That's pretty standard type of stuff before we would be able to move forward on those things. But we have those ready to go for when the opportunity arises and it's appropriate.
Thank you. I know other districts have been able to find a way, so I'm confident that this district will find a way as well. Thank you.
Member Rhodes?
Yeah, mine is very quick. I just say that COVID relief and recovery is 100% one of the most pressing things for our families, for our students, and for our district. So it's amazing to be able to hear the work that's being done, and the collaboration that we're talking about with our labor partners across the board to kind of move this forward. And my colleagues, they've asked great questions and only left me with one question, so that's very good. The question I have was actually, when will we be touring? When will the tours be happening of the Cal Expo site? And I would just like to be a part of the tour, actually. And so I don't know, I think it was Victoria, possibly that's that. But just can you let us know when those tours will be happening, and Superintendent, if you could schedule us to be able to attend with staff to that.
Yes, I'll just say yes. That was a collaboration with Sac County Public Health, and they offered to link us with someone who will give us a tour of that vaccine program so that we can really start to build up. So yes, we will let you know, and we welcome anyone who's interested as well. We're really excited. We're hoping maybe sometime next week or the week following. So pretty soon.
Sounds great. And I guess you can go through Superintendent Aguilar to help us schedule that, I believe, through Anne. So thank you guys very much. That's all I have.
Great. I think that is all the questions we have. Thank you so much to staff for that presentation. All right, we will move on to item 7.2 to approve resolution number 3179, recognition of Human Trafficking Awareness Month in the month of January 2021. I get the pleasure of presenting this resolution tonight. This is something that's near and dear to my heart, and in my day job, I work very closely with. So I'm happy that we once again have brought forth this to our board. With that, Resolution 3179 is a recognition of Human Trafficking Awareness Month. And I'm just going to read a couple quick things for the sake of time on here. Whereas the California Child Welfare Council reports that the fast-growing criminal industry of commercial sexual exploitation affects 100,000 to 300,000 children a year nationally, with 11 to 14 being the most common ages of victims coerced into the industry. But human trafficking specialists in the Sacramento area have estimated ages even younger. Since 2009, the district has taken a leadership role in the development of bodies of work that help combat and prevent the commercial sexual exploitation of children and other exploitation / trafficking of youth in the Sacramento County. So resolved that it's proposed an implementation plan, including budget and timeline, that will be prepared for review and approval within 60 days of the adoption of the superintendent's fiscal year 2021-22 budget, subject to the availability of resources and the district's LCAP investment priorities, and will identify opportunities to repurpose funds, leverage funds, and seek new revenue. And I also just want to point out, as we're approving this, trafficking comes in all kinds of forms that we can keep an eye out on. Trafficking also comes in forms of labor of our children and of their families. So just please always keep your eyes peeled open and always report things that just look suspicious. So with that, I'll take a motion to approve Resolution 3179.
So moved.
Seconded.
Second.
Thank you. I got a motion and a second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Perfect. All in favor? I believe we need a roll call vote. Jerry?
Yes, yes. Do we have public comment?
Oh, I apologize. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do.
Thank you, Jerry, for catching me on that one.
We have one live comment from Renee Webster Hawkins.
Thank you.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent, and trustees. The issue of human trafficking is dire, especially as it harms unknown students, unknown numbers of our scholars at risk. I spent many years as an advocate and safe house counselor for adult and child victims of sexual abuse and domestic violence. And it is simply tragic that as a first world nation, we have not figured out how to disrupt the trafficking of human beings. I note that this resolution, however, is like many resolutions this body has adopted over the years. It is mostly lofty or wishful thinking without muscle or teeth. Sure, you direct staff to develop a plan and launch a campaign. However, implementation is dependent on either school sites using their own, quote, local school autonomy allocation, unquote, which I'm not even sure what that is. What's the source of those funds? And has this suggestion been vetted with and supported by our principals? Additionally, the resolution states that delivering the state-mandated comprehensive sexual health education program to 7th through 12th graders is contingent on LCAP priorities. It is inappropriate to defer the implementation of a state-mandated program for all 7th through 12th graders based on forthcoming priorities in the LCAP plan. Trustee Rhodes, as an LCAP PAC expert, knows that LCAP funding is for investments that target specific improvements for our low-income students, English language learners, and homeless and foster youth. It's inappropriate and probably unlawful to use LCFF funding for these kinds of programs. So therefore, the board must strike the language in this resolution making the implementation of the state mandated program for all students, no matter how compelling it is, contingent on schools using their site funds or depending on where it might fall alongside the longstanding LCAP priorities designed to fix serious inequities in academic outcomes and disproportionate discipline based on race and student status. I thank you for this, considering this motion to strike that language.
Thank you.
No further comments on this item.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm reviewing the language as we speak. Do we have any board comment in regard to the language? All right. With that, I'll ask Superintendent to take a roll call vote.
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Garcia.
Yeah, I think it's a really important point that was raised in public comment, and I'm wondering if you would be open to potentially bringing it back so that the language either is stricken now or can be strengthened in a way that meets, I think, your intent of the resolution. So I would imagine that it's intended to be more impactful. And I think absent stronger language, it may fall short of that, especially as you strike out the language referring the LCAP. So I leave that up to you because I think there's an opportunity to really get to where you intended to be.
Yeah. Member Rhodes?
I just want to say that as being have been part of the LCAP, one thing that is true that Renee did say is the teeth behind what we're trying to do. And I've said before, but not making things ceremonial. And we do often do that as a district. And so she brings up a very, very strong point, especially when it comes back to the LCAP. And I think that, maybe we could, and I don't want to put it out there and then kill it tonight. But maybe we could backstep a little bit and then see how we can revamp this so it can better impact our communities that we're trying to have an impact, right? This was put out there with all the best intents, but we should take that in consideration and possibly bring it back at our next board meeting to vote on that. I think it's still amazing that it's here, but I do believe that Renee makes a very strong point.
Yeah. Member Morosky.
Thank you. I would support moving forward with it tonight. I think if you want to take a look at tweaking any language, you can always bring back an amended version of it. But and I was reading it over, and I don't think that the comprehensive sexual education was meant to be voluntary, and I don't think the resolution says that. So I would support moving forward with it tonight. I think many worthy things are subject to priorities of the district and our LCAP priorities. It doesn't specify supplemental and concentration revenue should be spent on this. LCAP investment priorities encompass the whole of the district's budget. So I feel good about moving forward with it. And if you wanted to follow up on any outstanding items here, I think that would be appropriate as well.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, Member Morosky. I would be willing to move forth, but I do agree that maybe giving it more teeth. This is, definitely a passion of mine, and I would love to bring this back for sure. So with that, we did have a first and a second.
Can I counter motion?
Well, no.
Well, you have to vote on this motion, and if it fails, then
The only thing you could do is have an amendment to a motion, which would have to be by a majority of the board, which would amend the primary motion. But right now, you have a motion and a second. And if there is a motion to amend, that would take priority to amend if there is a majority of the vote of the board members. And there would have to be a second to that amendment.
Yeah. Member Rose, what would your amendment be? Do you want to?
Well, I just wanted to, what my statement was to be able to bring it, to revise it and bring it back to the next meeting. I don't think that, us saying that let's push this forward and amend it later, that seems backwards to me, but maybe not, maybe it's practice, but it seems backwards. And so in my head, I would say like, hey, let's motion to bring this back to the board, maybe talk to some of the stakeholder groups and then bring it back. That would be my amended motion, but I just I'm not sure.
Yeah. With respect, that is not an amendment to the main motion.
Right.
Yeah. I'm going to say that we move forward and we look to doing an amendment at our next board meeting in regard to that.
Did we have the preferential vote? I know I cut you off.
Yes, we had preferential vote.
Okay. So roll call vote now.
Member Phillips?
Yeah, I actually agree with what Board Member Rhodes was saying, is that if we have the opportunity to build those teeth into it and come forward with something put together well, then I would prefer that we bring it back. So I would like to make a motion to amend.
Well, the issue is to amend the main motion, not to bring it back. So if the motion fails to pass, then you can go back to another motion with an amendment to the resolution.
So it would be an amendment to the language, not an amendment to bring it back.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying we should vote on this and come back with an amendment at the next board meeting.
Well, that would be maybe the direction of the board to come back maybe with amendments. But right now, you have the main motion for roll call vote. If it is approved, then the resolution as stated is approved. You can always bring back resolutions or policies to amend.
Member Morosky?
Thank you. I just, I guess I would put out there that, part of putting teeth into something or making sure something is implemented the way we want is that ongoing work of the board. And you mentioned in the resolution that you want the superintendent to bring back a plan. We have to approve the budget. We have to put that in there if we have room for it. So, I mean, this is just moving a resolution forward. This is not our last bite at the apple. I think it's something that we can all support and get behind. If we don't think it's strong enough, we can work together to make it stronger. But I would just call the question and prefer to move it forward tonight.
Yeah, likewise. Member Phillips?
I'm just curious I just want to make sure we're not reinventing the wheel. If this is something that we already have,
this is something that we pass every year.
Okay. So there's a bunch of new members, so we're kind of just sitting here going, we don't know how to make an amendment. So, you know what I'm saying? So we're in
appreciate all the comments. We will definitely bring this back in as amendment. Like I said, I think that those suggestions are fantastic and we can definitely work on this together.
I also, Member Pritchett, I'll defer to you. We do have staff that can give a description and an explanation of the work that we do across the district in this area, how it fits into our curriculum, at what grade levels, some of the work that we manage through Victoria, through youth development, if that would be helpful, but I'll just defer to you.
Sure, if we could, we are running short on time, but if we can give a short presentation, that would be fantastic. I would love that.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask, why don't we start with Mr. Matt Turkey and just give a description from a curriculum perspective, and then ask Victoria or anybody else that's online right now to also speak to some of the work that might fall under you.
Good evening, everybody. So, yes, the human trafficking is a part of our mandatory sexual health curriculum, which is given to all students in grade 7 science and also in the biology course, which they take, which would usually be in grades 9 or 10. And it's a lesson within that curriculum.
And then just really briefly, through our foster youth services, Aaliyah Holmes has been leading this work for a number of years around addressing human trafficking, doing trainings, working with all of our community partners, many of you on supporting our students and our families. And so we do targeted case management for families. We have professional development that we undergo ourselves, as well as also lead throughout the district. There is a tool that we use in partnership with West Coast Children's called the See It, which just really helps us understand what are all the risk factors we're seeing, and do we suspect that maybe something is going on, and that's where we want to be proactive and address it, and really wrap our youth right with mentors, peer mentors, whatever is sort of meeting that need. So we continue to sit on those collaboratives that are spoken to in the resolution as well. So that work continues, and it's oftentimes very quiet because it's very confidential. There is a lot of stigma attached to this, but our main goal is to get our students back into school and back on track.
Great. All right. With that, Superintendent, can you do a roll call vote?
Sorry, I had a question.
Oh, I apologize, Member Garcia.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate staff giving us context. I read this resolution. I thought I knew what it was doing, but I think the staff giving it context, and now just for clarification, this is furthering the work that is happening right now, because now we're directing through this resolution for staff to come back with a plan. Am I understanding that accurately?
My understanding is it is the work that they are already doing.
Okay, so then what is this resolution asking for? I think that's, I'm sorry, I'm just not connecting that dot.
This resolution is just, it's a pretty simple resolution, just recognizing Human Trafficking Awareness Month.
Okay. And I know Sacramento is a hotbed for that particular, social problem. So, okay. Thank you for the clarification, because I thought the resolution was doing something else based on the public comment. So I want to again thank staff for letting us know that you're already doing this work, and this is memorializing and recognizing the work that's already happening.
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay. I think it's crystal clear now. Thank you.
Member Rhodes?
I think Renee's bigger piece was the use of LCFF funding comparatively to general fund. And so if I may make one amendment, would be general funds instead of LCFF funding.
Superintendent, do you want to speak on that and to why it's LCFF funds?
Let me turn that to Mr. Harris, where some of these discussions have taken place, and then we can again decide what kind of follow-up work you're asking us to do after, if you take action on just recognizing that this is the month where we want to acknowledge our awareness of this issue and continue to do work to mitigate the effects and hopefully end this practice, as Member Garcia mentioned, given the nature here in Sacramento. So, Mr. Harris.
Ultimately, we can certainly I don't think the funding, to Board Rose's point, I mean, we can certainly come back and discuss it. I mean, the historical LCFF funding has been because of the broad issue of recognizing the notion of a at-risk student population, which is the spirit of supplemental and concentration. But certainly for your the deliberation tonight, we can certainly work with fiscal and work on, the appropriate characterization going forward. So I wouldn't say that that's a deal breaker, but the history has been the notion of supplemental concentration should be in a targeted group, obviously defined by the state, but also in a broad sense, the spirit of it has been to try and support at-risk populations of students historically. And that's been the district's planning stance for some time.
And Mr. Harris, my understanding is the reason why it reads that way is because that is how it's been in the past, correct?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. So to both the points of that, current LCAP PAC member Renee Webster Hobson and recent LCAP PAC member Laura Rhodes has spoken to, we can certainly tease out, if you will, the characterization. Things do move between base and supplemental and concentration, and we certainly do that as staff as we evaluate. And certainly we can look at that as a staff action to take as we evaluate going forward. But again, for your decision tonight, I don't think it's material to stop you from taking your vote this evening.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you, Vincent. That was a great clarification, and we'll touch base back with you about how that teasing out looks in correlation with our LCAP PAC. So thank you.
Perfect.
And we can move forward.
And Member Rhodes, I am willing to work with you one-on-one on that as well. All right. With that, Superintendent, can you please take roll call vote?
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Morowski?
Aye.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Villa?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
And Member Phillips?
Aye.
Great, fantastic. Thank you all. And tonight, the City of Refuge will be accepting this resolution number 3179, an effort of their work throughout our district. If you'd like to learn more about the City of Refuge to our new board members, I'd be happy and more than willing to sit with you and introduce you to their work and their direct work through their SHINE program, their Girl Empowerment program that they have that is at targeted schools for our most vulnerable students. Unfortunately, they weren't able to join us tonight to accept the resolution because they're out saving lives. So we appreciate their work. Thank you. All right. Item 7.3, state and federal budget overview. Ms. Ramos. And I just want to kind of time check. We are well over an hour behind schedule.
Good evening, President Pritchard, and good evening, board members and superintendent, members of the public. Tonight, we'll be presenting to you the governor's proposed 2021-22 state budget for K-12 education, as well as providing you with an update on the federal stimulus funds and what does this mean for the district's budget. Next slide, please. And co-presenting with us this evening will be a representative from School Services of California, Leilani Aguinaldo. She is the Director of Government Relations, as you all know, and she'll be giving us the overview from the state perspective on the governor's proposal, as well as the new federal stimulus package. And then I'll chime in on what this means for the district. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll turn it over to Leilani.
Great. Thank you, Rose. And thank you, board members and superintendent, for the invitation to present here today to the board to present the governor's budget proposal for 2021-22, which was just unveiled by Governor Newsom this last Friday on January 8th. So we'll start today with this overview by starting at the high level, talking about the Proposition 98 spending levels. So as we know, Prop 98 is the minimum funding level for K-14 public education that the state must fund each year. And the amount varies from year to year, depending on economic conditions. And so the budget proposal revises the funding levels for Proposition 98 for the prior year, the current year, and the budget year relative to the enacted budget. So keep in mind, as a reminder, the enacted budget that was adopted on this last June and July of 2020 included in the enacted budget were very conservative numbers for the Prop 98 spending levels for these 3 years here. And the reason for that is because earlier this summer, we were still getting adjusted to the pandemic. We still had really no idea, even though there was a lot of speculation, it was a lot of guessing about what the impact of the pandemic would be on the economy. And so they built in really conservative numbers in the enacted budget. And now we have a lot of actual receipts and more of a trajectory to better gauge what the minimum spending levels for Prop 98 would be. And so you'll see here, it's summarized that for the prior year, for 2019-20, the governor's budget proposal increases this number up by $1.9 billion. And in 2021, the current year, it's an increase of almost $12 billion for the minimum guarantee. And then for the budget year, 21-22, it's an increase of $3 billion above the revised 2021 level. And then on top of all of that, the governor's budget proposal also includes $2.3 billion of a supplemental payment on top of the Prop 98 minimum guarantee, which is a significant amount and doesn't happen very often that we would get funded above the Proposition 98 minimum guarantee. And so all total, when you add up all of these numbers, what we have is $19.1 billion of new spending, which is available for K-14 public education, and which the governor's budget proposal seeks to use as new investments for K-14 education. Next slide, please. So on this slide, it's just summarizing as one big laundry list of where this $19.1 billion is proposed to go as part of the budget proposal. So you'll see here, starting at the top, the biggest chunk of spending is to repay the deferrals. So that's $9.2 billion to repay a significant chunk of the deferrals that were built into the current year budget. And we'll go into more detail on that in a slide, the next slide. Another big chunk is $2.0 billion for a cost of living adjustment for the local control funding formula, which forms the big portion of most school district general fund budgets. Again, we'll go into detail on that again in a future slide. $2.0 billion for the Safe Schools for All reopening grants, which Vincent Harris and his team talked a little bit already about this evening, and you've heard about already this evening. And then the other big chunk of money where the governor proposes to spend is $4.6 billion for additional learning loss dollars, which will target vulnerable students. For this $4.6 billion, there's not a lot of detail that's available at this time, but we do know that, what little he has shared is that the goal or the vision for this $4.6 billion is extended learning opportunities, such as summer school. And like I said, to target vulnerable students, such as our students with disabilities or English language learners, et cetera. But all of these details we're still hoping to get in the next few weeks. And the expectation that the governor's office has shared is that this $4.6 billion would also be fast-tracked through the legislature. So it wouldn't necessarily go through the usual budget timeline. We're anticipating that this will probably move through the legislature in the next couple of weeks and couple of months. So we'll definitely be keeping you posted on that. And then the rest of this list of varying amounts you'll see is just other investments that the governor is committed to. Additional funds for professional development and improving the teacher pipeline, because we've already had a significant teacher shortage over the last few years, and it's really been exacerbated by the pandemic and distance learning. There is additional money, $300 million, for the Special Education Early Intervention Grant, which is something that I know our district has made good use of the last few years from the last state investment into the Special Education Early Intervention Grant. And that's money that the district has received in the past for our youngest learners, 3 years old and under, who are served by school districts, but not yet in our public school setting. So that's all pre-K. He has an additional investment for community schools to expand and establish new community schools throughout the state. And he also has additional funding for expanded transitional kindergarten. So if you recall, transitional kindergarten only students that are born between the months of September and December are eligible for transitional kindergarten. So this is an investment to encourage districts to expand transitional kindergarten and pay for those students that are born after December but turn 5 during the school year. And then finally, he also has additional funding for traditional K and full day kindergarten facilities needs. So he's really emphasizing that, really wanting to push forward with full day kindergarten throughout the state. And then in addition, there is the additional COLA for other categorical programs that still remain outside of LCFF, such as special education funds, nutrition, etc. Next slide, please. So here, just going into a little bit more detail about the deferrals. So the enacted budget that we have, that included almost $13 billion in K-12 LCFF deferrals. And the reason for these deferrals is this is what really averted cuts for school districts around the state. In the absence of these deferrals, we would have had to have significant cuts in the current year. And so deferrals are what was used to keep districts whole in the current year. And so, as I mentioned previously, the governor's proposal will buy down almost all of those deferrals. What will remain after the buy down is $3.7 billion of deferrals will remain. And effectively what that is the June apportionment, which will be paid in July. So it's really only a deferral of a few weeks, and that will remain as an ongoing deferral. So just to be clear, what does this mean that the governor is paying down the deferral in 2021? The deferrals that we are anticipating starting next month, those will still continue. We will still have the deferrals for February, March, April, and May, and those will continue to get paid on the normal schedule, getting repaid in August through November of 2021. What this deferral buy down means is that those are one-time deferrals. We will not have to worry about deferrals. If this proposal goes through, then we will not have to worry about deferrals again in February of 2021. No, we're in 2021. February of 2022, right? So it's a one-time deferral. But again, the June deferral will remain, and that is going to be ongoing under this proposal. Next slide, please. So diving a little bit into the LCFF. So if you recall, in the current year budget, we had a 0% COLA. We were flat funded for LCFF. So instead, what the governor's budget proposal includes is a compounded COLA of 3.84% for the 21-22 LCFF formula. And where he arrives at the 3.84% compounded COLA is he would give us the 2.31% COLA that we should have gotten in the current year. And he's adding to that the 1.5% statutory COLA for 21-22. So that's a good bump for us. We're not going to recoup, the foregone COLA that we otherwise would have gone for this year, but at least he's catching us up. And so total, that would bring us up to statewide $64.5 billion in 21-22 for total LCFF funding. And on average, what this compounded COLA translates to, on average, is about an additional $372 per ADA. And of course, that amount varies around the state depending on a district's demographics, right? Because and as well as additional funding for like class sizes and grade spans. So, but 372 is the average per ADA with that compounded COLA. Of note, and I know this is something that will be of particular interest for our district, the budget proposal does not include any extension of the hold harmless for ADA, nor does it include a hold harmless for the unduplicated pupil percentage. I know that Rose and her team have talked at length about the harm that the district is anticipating to our budget because of a lack of a hold harmless for the unduplicated pupil percentage. Unfortunately, that's not included in this budget proposal, but it is something that we are continuing to advocate for, is to have a hold harmless, because otherwise that's a significant loss for our district solely because of bureaucratic reasons, because we're unable to go out and document all of these families during this pandemic and during this time of distance learning. Next slide, please. So I won't actually spend too much time, because I know Vincent Harris with his team already spent a lot of time talking about the governor's Safe Schools for All grant proposal that the governor rolled out at the end of 2020 there in the last few days. But just a summary from the budget perspective, the grant proposal that the governor is pushing forward, he's calling for, they're basically incentive grants is how I would think of it, incentive grants to reopen schools around the state. And what it looks like is it would be a base grant of about $450 per student. The requirement, as Mr. Harris said earlier, is that districts would have to open in certain grades and serve certain students by February 16, and then expand to grades 6th grade and by March 15. And it's additional funds. They weight the base grant depending on your demographics. So the students that generate supplemental and concentration grant funds, districts would be funded at a higher amount for those students as well under this proposed formula. And the funding is based on your total ADA, less your students that are independent study. So even though the focus of reopening targets elementary school students, it would individual districts that generate or pursue the money would be funded on their total ADA, not just on the students that are coming or that are targeted for in-person instruction. Next slide, please. And this already was summarized in the previous item on the board agenda today, but here is just another slide that summarizes all the different requirements as a condition of receiving grant funds. As we've already talked about earlier this evening, a labor agreement is required. COVID testing in particular cadences, you have to certify technology. There's a COVID safety plan that every district must complete and is also a requirement for this grant proposal. But won't go into too much detail because we've already spent a lot of time talking about this, but happy to answer questions at the end if there's any further questions about the Safe Schools for All grant proposal. Next slide, please. And just as a reminder, we are very early in the budget process. So January 10 was the constitutional deadline for the governor to release his budget proposal for the 21-22. And so we are at the very beginning of this timeline. So there's still a long road ahead as far as the legislative budget process goes. Lots of negotiations that have to take place between now and the May revision, for example. The May revision is another statutory requirement where the governor will put out a revised state budget that will be updated to reflect how economics have changed, how the revenues have come in. And that's also an opportunity for him to update his budget proposals based on negotiations with the Assembly and the Senate. And then even after the May revision, there will be a flurry of activity and a flurry of last minute negotiations before the legislature has to pass the state budget on June 15, and then the governor must sign it by June 30 in order for it to take effect in the next fiscal year. So this is just the start of the conversation. And we'll certainly be giving you updates as we know more as things go through the process. And with that, I'll turn it back to Rose, who will talk a little bit about the impact for Sac City Unified.
Thank you, Leilani. So next slide, please. All right, so what does this mean for the district? And again, as Leilani mentioned, this is very preliminary, but just assuming that the 3.84% COLA will hold, what that means for the district is about maybe a gain of about 16 million. And so we'll be waiting to see, how much of that really does hold for the coming budget year. And because that will be, of course, much needed relief for the district. Now on the deferral piece, as you heard Leilani mention, that the proposal does eliminate the deferrals for next year, but the ones in this current year will remain. So as you all know, I've shared with you that the district is scheduled for a TRAN in April of this year. We need to have a final decision by March 12th. That was a question that was asked by the board as well. And what is the cost for the TRAN? We applied for the maximum of 96 million, and the cost for that financing is 152,000 and paying about 211 in interest costs, which is very inexpensive because this is a statewide TRAN and we are part of a pool, so we get to spread those costs. Now, we don't know exactly where we're going to land in terms of this TRAN over the next few months. We'll have a better idea of how we're trending with cash flow. We are updating cash flow again now. What we do know, and you'll see in a later slide that I will be sharing with you, is that our spending has slowed down again. When I presented at first interim, we were projecting that we were going to have some one-time savings in some of our operational costs in the area of transportation and utilities because we had not opened schools at the start of the school year, opened them physically. And so, as you know, we have not yet opened schools again. And so we will be looking at that savings and updating our budgets to reflect, okay, how much did our spending, how much did it really slow down? And how much cash did we not use? And we'll be adjusting those numbers for our trend over these next few weeks. And so I will be sharing additional information on that. But just wanted to kind of bring you up to speed on the trend and the deferrals. Next slide, please. And another thing we've been noticing, and we've been sharing this with you as well, is that enrollment is trending significantly lower this year. We are seeing that, families just did not enroll their students in school, and it could be a result of COVID. We know that the state as a whole economically is seeing families move out of California into other neighboring states. So it could be a combination of those two. Nonetheless, we have to consider those factors as we start to look at our trend analysis and budget for the coming year. So in comparing where we were in 1920 when we had a fairly, stable enrollment year, we're trending about 600 students less for the budget year 21-22. Now, please keep in mind that this is very early. This is a very early number, and we will continue to monitor. As a matter of fact, just this today or maybe yesterday, we did receive more information that we have additional students registering through our pre-registration avenues. And so we'll be looking at that data to see if that truly is a net increase or if it's simply a shift of students within the district from one school to another. We do know that SB 98 will hold us harmless as far as ADA funding is concerned for 21-22. So the impact of any potential decline would not impact us until the 22-23 year. And so let's just take, the 600 number and assume that that holds, that we don't regain those students. What does that mean in terms of funding for us? That's about an $11 million loss for the district. So again, more information to come on that. We'll continue to share with you where we're at with our enrollment as we enter into the new school year. And now on the unduplicated percentage, at first interim, I did share with you that we were looking at a decrease of about 4,400 students. That was pretty significant, and that was about $6.5 million revenue loss. And this does not have the hold harmless provision that Leilani talked about. And I also did share that the district was still very aggressively pursuing additional information and certifications of applications and had launched a campaign over the winter break. As a result of that work that staff did, we did see a significant decrease or an increase in approved applications, which decreased that 4,400 number down to 2,700. So this reduced that revenue loss to about $3 million. And we do know that additional applications are still being reviewed and certified. So hoping to share with you another update, a positive update that reduces that $3 million even more. So more information to come there. And of course, this will impact this year. There is no, hold harmless on that, as we shared, and hopefully maybe at the state level, they will listen to our advocates and really will apply the hold harmless to this, because we're not the only district, and you all know throughout the state that is experiencing the same decline. It's very unfortunate. Next slide, please. And this is just a snapshot because we've been asked, okay, where are these enrollment declines showing up? And I apologize for the small print, but we wanted to show all grades to the extent possible. And again, I just want to remind the public and the board that these are very preliminary numbers, but just to let you know where that 600 decline is falling, you'll see that is pretty much across the board when we get to middle school. By the time we get to the upper grades, we are showing an increase, which is a different trend that we've seen in the past. And we'll continue to bring you another update and let you see where it's at. So contrary to what we thought over the summer, when we really were seeing kindergarten under-enrolled, that's starting to shift for the district as we're going through pre-registration. So, and then we did another little recap for you here so you can see by segment where those big decreases are. And it is in our primary grades, K-3, but not just concentrated in kindergarten only. But however, it's mostly in our elementary schools that we are seeing that decline. And overall, of course, it's 606. Next slide, please. And at this point, I will turn it over back to Leilani.
Just right now. So can you hear me okay still? Okay, great. So this is, luckily there's only one more slide. And so shifting now to the federal stimulus package. So right at the very end of the calendar year, when we were shifting to winter break, it was great news, unexpected news actually, that Congress passed and the president signed into law a new COVID federal stimulus package. So this was great news for education because while our counterparts in local government, cities and counties, they didn't receive any additional funding in the new COVID relief package. Instead, they put a lot of new money towards K-12 education. Well, actually all education, not just K-12. So you'll see here that the biggest chunk of money, $54.3 billion total, is for another tranche of funding for ESSER, the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. California's estimated share for that is $6.8 billion, and this is money that is allocated based on states and LEA's share of Title I funding. And so just for context, the first round of ESSER 1 money that was part of the CARES Act that was passed also last year during the summer, that one generated $1.47 billion for California. So you can, big increase from the $1.47 billion that we got last year to the $6.8 billion that's included in this new package. So as I mentioned, this is money, just like for the first group of ESSER money, at least 90% of this total must be allocated to school districts in proportion to their 2021 Title I funding. So that's great news for Sac City Unified. And Rose, in a little bit here, will give an estimate for how much she expects this will generate for our district. Also part of this COVID, the new COVID package, the COVID relief package, is another tranche of funding for the GEAR money as well. This is the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund. And this one is also a significant amount. For California, it's about $340 million that we'll get. However, a big chunk of that is dedicated to non-public schools, i.e. private schools. So it's actually relatively a smaller share that will go to public schools out of the GEAR fund. And this one, the governor has great discretion in how he's going to spend the money within California. That can go to higher ed or K-12 education. And the governor has not yet detailed how he intends to use those funds. And with that, the last point I will make about the ESSER money is this is the money that we liked last year. The ESSER money is the one that has very, very broad use. It's virtually discretionary dollars for us. And for this latest tranche of money, we have until September 30, 2023 to use the funds. So this will be of great assistance for Sac City Unified, definitely. And Rose, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. And then here's a recap of the federal COVID relief funds that we've received. You've seen the slide before. So the top half is that first round that we got last year. We're summarizing the different categories, and you'll see that top line that we lined out, stricken out the original expiration date of 12/30/21. That's now 12/31/21, which is great news. And then all the other little pots of funding also is also listed by expiration date. And then under that pink heading there is that second round. And we're approximating about $69 million that the district is targeted to get. And as Leilani shared, this will expire 6/30/23. Next slide, please. This next slide is just a recap of where we're at with that $34 million, because that's the one we were very concerned about. We got this huge chunk of money all in one swoop in fall, and we were given literally a few months to spend it. And so it was, quite a challenge because we were not the only district in the country spending money and tapping into the same vendors. So there was quite a competition for technology and some services. And so this is where the district is at this point in time. As you'll see that there's our revenue. We've broken it out for you by both our fund and our charter schools. As you know, the charters also received a little chunk of money as well. So the first column is the district at $34 million. And as of last week, we had expensed. Expense means that we've actually cut the checks, paid the bills, and vendors have that money in their pocket. It was 16 million, and then encumbered means there's already activity, there's already products received, and we're just waiting to pay those bills. That was about 13.5 million. And then we had a little tiny bit, about 200,000, that we had applied to the prior year. So we had this balance of 4 million, but it doesn't mean it was unspent. It just means that these are the items that just did not hit that 12/30 deadline because we didn't get them, or we just weren't able to cut the PO because there was some additional things in the works, but there were items already identified for that 4 million. So as you'll see, those are, we've kind of just summarized them for you. A lot of it was devices, additional investment in our IT infrastructure. We have put a big strain on our IT, just like all other districts. We've had to expand our Zoom account significantly. We've had to expand our networks and also our security systems for IT. And so a lot of those products, we were in competition with other districts, and we were just not able to get those here by that 12/30 deadline. But now, you know, we have plenty of time, but those should be coming within the next few weeks. And there was additional equipment and supplies to our facilities department, and as well as additional supplies to facilitate distance learning. And so we anticipate that this 34 million will be fully spent in the next couple of months, and we'll again provide you with an update. And as you see, our charters did very well. They had about 6,700 in that same category, and they anticipate also that's probably already pretty well spent. Next slide, please. And this is just a recap of the allowable uses for the first and second round of COVID relief funds. As Leilani shared, there's some flexibility there. It's pretty broad. Here's the general 4 categories, and basically it's any activity related to alleviating the impact of COVID-19 on education, facilities, and to assist our staff in continuing their activities, their job responsibilities. Next slide, please. With the new money, there are 2 additional specific items that were called out, although these were included in the other 2 because we did use some of these, but these were specifically highlighted that the second round should target facilities, school facility repairs and improvements, and as well as the inspection, testing, and maintenance and repair of our schools, are specifically calling out indoor air quality. And we've done quite a bit of research and investment in that area, including the mechanical heating, ventilation, all to just, control and to improve the air quality and to mitigate the impact of any spreading of viruses, door replacements. So again, very, very heavy emphasis on our facilities so that, our students and our staff can come back to safe and healthy environments. Next slide, please. And just some high-level things to keep in mind, and I mentioned this already, that for this year, we are noticing, of course, our spending trend is looking a lot different than we had projected, and this is because we have not reopened all of our facilities. So our operating costs will be lower than what's in the budget currently, namely in utilities and bus supplies. So at second interim, when we present the budget update again, we'll present to you those updated numbers. And so what will happen is that by the end of the year, you'll see, probably another little swing in this area if we don't open facilities again before the school year ends. And we'll keep you posted in this area. And the next slide is, here's just a recap. This was a topic that's been discussed quite a bit, our books and supplies. And we've been presenting to you information in various ways to try to help explain this. We know it's a very, it can be a little bit complicated because of the way, we budget. We have our unrestricted, and then we have our restricted budget. And as we explained, our unrestricted is a very small portion of the budget when it comes to books and supplies. It only pays for those items that really do not have another funding source, but we have to provide, such as, things as, fuel, hires for our transportation department, some of our textbooks that have no funding source. And then on the restricted side, that's the one that gets a lot of attention because it has such a large dollar amount. And so what we did was we said, okay, well, what if we broke it out this way? And this might be helpful. Maybe it might be a little bit more confusing, but we thought we're going to give it a shot and see if this would clarify some things. Within the restricted category, we have those ongoing funds that, we receive, for example, Title I. Certainly it can go away at any time. But for the most part, Title I has stayed with all districts, for many, many years. And then on the unrestricted one-time, that's where you have funding that is exactly like what the type of funding that came in under this CARES package. And this is funding that you get for one time, a limited purpose, for a limited purpose and for a limited time. And so we wanted to separate that out so you could see not only the amount of one time versus the amount that is, probably a little bit more consistent, and then so that you could also see how it can change throughout a year. Now, this is only capturing our first, our first quarter throughout the year, but even in that first time period, you'll see that there have been changes to our books and supplies. We also explained that there's another thing that happens in books and supplies is that once we close the books, we know we have some ending balances left in our restricted categories. So what we do, and this is a very, very common practice for many school districts, is they will put it in their books and supplies line item, knowing that once school starts, once our schools are, our principals have an opportunity to meet with their site councils and to make some decisions with their staff, they are going to move some of those funds into other categories, such as salaries or contracts or some other services. But in the interim, we put them there because we have to budget for them. We cannot not budget for them. So let me just kind of quickly walk you through this, and hopefully this will, provide a little bit of more information on this activity with books and supplies. So when we adopted the budget in June, we said, that we were projecting to have in books and supplies in our regular restricted accounts about $23.6 million. And then on the one-time restricted, it was going to be about $5.5 million. And that was mostly the CARES relief money that we received from the state early on. And then when we came to revised adopted budget, we brought that back to you in October. And at that point, then our restricted grew to $37.8 million. And then our restricted one-time jumped significantly to $49 million. And you probably already know what that restricted one-time was. That was that $34 million that we got in the CARES package that we had to spend by December. So that significantly bumped that up. And also there was some additional money in there from some carryover money that we got that we don't want to count it as ongoing because it's not. It's one-time money, right? It's a balance you had left in some unspent accounts, so you don't want to count it twice. And then on the restricted side, the reason you're seeing that increase is because by then we have gotten some award letters for additional funding that it's going to cross multiple years. And so we're updating our budget by that time. And then by first interim, you see some changes. You see that on the restricted side, that's consistent. It's declined to $29 million. That doesn't necessarily mean that funding has been reduced. What it means is that we probably moved some of those books and supply budgets to personnel costs or to contracts, because by now our sites are starting to evaluate their budgets and determine the needs for their sites. And then you see the same thing happening on the restricted one-time in the declining to $45 million. We also moved items from the CARES down into our contracts because we did issue some contracts with that funding. So so anyway, we just wanted to present this format to see if this would assist you in kind of providing a little bit more clarity and disclosure on the books and supplies. And you're going to see that line item grow significantly once we find out exactly how much we're getting in the second round of that $69 million and when we're getting it, because we will have to budget for that. And most likely, again, unless we have a definite plan, which we're still working on that, it will have to be budgeted here. So that can possibly grow to about $100 million on the one time only. And let me see if there's anything else in here. And if the superintendent is, if he wants to make sure that I covered everything on this.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ramos. I just wanted to just highlight this effort here as we have continued to hear from our board and community members on this question about books and supplies. We've tried our best to describe how this is really just a general accounting practice, but to the extent that you could give us your thoughts and give us some guidance on how we might be able to improve this. The idea for us is that, of course, we would want to make sure that we're updating this constantly, that we're providing updated versions of this on our website so that our community can access this information. They could understand the difference between restricted, unrestricted. So any thoughts that you have, because really this was in response to some of the comments and questions that you as our board members have expressed, and that I'm sure you've heard from many of our families and other constituents, board members.
Was that the end of your presentation, Rose?
No, I just have 2 more slides and I'm
okay.
done. Shall I continue? Okay. All right. So next slide, please. And this next slide, these are the notes for the chart that we just shared. So just kind of describes each one. And then my last slide is just the next budget updates that you all can expect, which is our second interim financial report, and we'll be presenting that to you in March. And then state budget updates will be the May revise and the state enacted budget. But as you know, we will present to you additional budget updates, before second interim, especially because of the TRAN, and just to keep you posted on how we're doing with enrollment in our unduplicated count. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. Do we have any public comment?
We do. We have 2 public comments. The first one, it was a comment that came via text with no name. Governor Newsom has stated that he has allocated $2 billion in his 2021-22 proposed budget. So with a total of $10.5 billion, I would expect that you will be able to fund a portion of those funds for the continued education for the students who attend the George Washington Carter School of Arts and Science. In addition to the arts programs that are fundamentally enriching for the students throughout this great state, especially since California is the richest state in the Union. In fact, so rich that its economy is worth more than most countries in the world. The next public comment is by Nikki Milevsky, First Vice President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association, to the Sacramento City Unified School District. Good evening. I'm Nikki Milevsky, the First Vice President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Since the school board last met, 2 significant budget developments have occurred that should create the foundation for a new era in our district, a fitting beginning to our new school board. First, in late December, the federal government passed a second COVID relief package that, according to EdSource, will result in an additional $66.1 million for Sac City. Approximately 3 weeks later, last Friday, Governor Gavin Newsom presented his initial state budget for 2021-22 that includes the highest amount of funding ever in California history for K-12 education. The impact on the Sac City budget is significant. Using the district's assumptions in its first interim budget as our baseline, Newsom's budget increases LCFF revenue in Sac City by $16 million in 2021-22 and $24.5 million in 22-23. The state budget also gives Sac City nearly $4 million in relief on CalSTRS and CalPERS, which, together with the LCFF increases, are enough for Sac City to present a second interim budget that has a positive certification, meeting the minimum 2% reserve fund threshold in each of the 3 years of the budget. This does not include the additional $30 million the district may qualify for based on Governor Newsom's early action proposals related to in-person instruction grants and expanded learning time. It also does not include the various enhancements included in the governor's budget concerning categorical programs. Unfortunately, under the previous school board leadership, the district staff was encouraged to manipulate financial data and continually misrepresent the financial condition of the district. Even with this year's outrageous projected expenditures of $110 million, more than the district actually spent last year, this expanded funding allows the school board to start its tenure by approving a positively certified budget. And those are the two public comments for this area.
Thank you, Dr. Sims. All right, with that, we're going to go to board comment. But before we go to board comment, I've been thinking a lot about the upcoming FRP discussion that this board will need to be talking about in the very near future. And I feel like we need a very in-depth conversation in terms of the FRP and unpack it a little bit more. And so with that, I'd like to ask for a special board meeting to happen within the next 2 weeks prior to the next board meeting to, and specifically only be speaking of the FRP. So I hope I get consensus from our board on that. All right, with that, board member comments. Member, God, you guys all put up your hand at the same time. Member Garcia.
I'll let board member Rhodes go since I think I stole his questions last time. So
all right,
I'll go after him.
You have the great questions. I like going after you. I would say this. Looking at what we have in front of us here, I would say that this is some good news and some welcome news comparatively to the news we were receiving previously. It does give us an opportunity to look at things differently and maybe move in a different direction. I have a question. Board member Garcia said that we can still apply for the money, even the $450 that we talked about, that we talked about with the governor's giving for returning to schools. You said we can still apply for that even though we don't currently, I guess, meet the standards of returning, but we can still apply for those dollars. Is that a true statement? And could you kind of speak more to that, and so we can dive into that a little bit? Because if we can still apply, even though we're not ready to where we can still receive those funds, and then when we are ready to utilize them, I think that would be advantageous. So if Rose or I don't want to say her name wrong. Dang, Liliana. Sorry. Can you speak on it as well?
Yeah, Leilani, can you take that one? I don't have those details yet.
Sure, no problem, Rose. Is it possible to bring up the slide again, slide 8? Because then all the requirements that are a condition of receiving the reopening grants are summarized on that slide. So, Board Member Rhodes, yes, that is correct. That districts, even if we are at the threshold above 25 per 100,000. Which is the threshold where if you're above that, all schools are prohibited from reopening if they haven't already opened. All LEAs, I should say, are prohibited from reopening if they haven't already reopened. But as was mentioned earlier by Board Member Garcia, districts are still able to apply for the reopening grants and are eligible to receive the funding as long as they meet the criteria by the February 1st deadline. So February 1st is this first deadline as proposed. To be eligible for that money, and all of the things that are summarized on this slide would have to be in place by February by the deadline. So what that means is we would have to have our COVID safety plan adopted and presented to the County Office of Education by February 1st. The COVID safety plan is required to incorporate a COVID protection program that's required by OSHA. So we're already required to do that under OSHA regulations as an employer. So that part is no problem. But as was discussed earlier, the California Department of Public Health just today released a new school reopening checklist, and we would have to comply with that and complete that by February 1st. In addition, we would need to present a memorandum of understanding with our labor partners that complies with our COVID safety plan, and that also would have to be submitted to the County Office of Education by February 1st. In addition to the COVID safety plan and the MOU, we would have to comply with the COVID testing that's included in the CDPH guidance that was released today. So based on our current case rates, that would be a requirement for weekly testing of all students and staff that participate in in-person instruction. We would also have to certify that all of our students have distance learning, have what they need for distance learning. And those students that we are not able to certify as having access to appropriate technology for distance learning, those students we would have to offer in-person instruction in small group cohorts. So then going to the middle box there, the requirement is that we would have to offer in-person instruction by February 16 to all students in grades TK through grade 2, and all students with disabilities, foster youth, homeless youth, and students without access to technology. Taking out, right, because we're having this conversation because we're greater than the 25 per 100,000. Obviously, we wouldn't be able to reopen by February 16, but we would have to offer instruction to all those other students, those vulnerable students in small group settings. We would have to offer in-person instruction to our students with disabilities, foster youth, homeless youth, and students who are unable to access technology. We would have to offer in-person instruction to them in small group settings no later than February 16 in order to comply and be eligible to receive the proposed $450 per ADA. And it would be higher because of our demographics, but that would be the requirement there. I hope that answered your question, board member.
That did, and then it's the $337.50 per student if we were reaching that by March for those.
Correct.
As well. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
And then also, so Rose, I have a question for you, Rose. So with this projected money that's coming in, and the great news that we're hearing, and I know we still have to look at what it looks like come June and things like that, but could we say that all of our proposed cuts that were set in December could be irrelevant and not needed with the new money that's coming in?
Yeah, that's a really great question. It's a valid question. It depends, and I know people don't like hearing the depends, but it really does depend on where we land with our enrollment. If our enrollment improves and we stay the same, then we don't have to be concerned about losing that revenue with enrollment. And the other thing is that if it's enough money to satisfy our deficit, because that's our problem. Our problem is this ongoing deficit that we have that continues to erode our fund balance, the money that we have left. So we'll have to, and this is why school districts, the budgeting process and the actuals are a little bit complicated, because we kind of have to wait and see where we land, how we're actually doing as the year progresses, to give you a better idea of where we think we're going to end the year and how much money we think we're going to have left over, which really sets the starting point for our next year, and then determines how much of that gap, of that deficit, or it will be able to fund, right? So I feel like I'm not answering your question, Member Rhodes, and I apologize for that, but I really can't say that the money we're going to get is enough to satisfy all of our, financial problems.
I guess let me rephrase the questions to maybe you can answer it better. So we're being held harmless for our ADA this year, correct?
Correct.
And we have a projected 600 students that we are missing this year, correct?
That we're projecting, yes.
Projecting 600 students. And we've seen an uptick in early enrollment for our kinder students for coming into next year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys say by 22-23, which is about our third year out, we have a projection of having possibly, you guys say 900 or something like that? Like our students that we're going to have a bigger deficit of students 3 years out, in the 22-23 school year. We're going to have our ADA is going to be affected or impacted more to where we will be in a bigger deficit compared to our ADA, right?
That's correct. Our ADA will be impacted in 22-23 if we don't improve our enrollment. Correct.
We don't improve your enrollment. Okay. And so even with all of the money coming in and the 600 held harmless this year, let's talk about this year. The 600 held harmless this year with the projected money that's coming in this year. Would you say that it's highly possible, if you can say concretely, can you say it's highly possible that the numbers that we need to cut this year, or we're talking about cutting this year, will be positively impacted by the numbers that we see coming in?
Will be positive.
So saying that we won't have to make the cuts, basically. Comparatively being held, not being held, not liable for a 600 deficit and projected money coming in. Could we say, because we've already made some projections, right? So can we project that there possibly won't be need for these cuts if we're projecting?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, I follow you. I do follow you, Member Rhodes. Well, what I can say is that the money that we're getting is not enough to satisfy the deficit, right? And that is our problem, that we're spending more than we're bringing in. So it's not enough to satisfy that. Now, can you say possibly that, the total amount of deficit that we needed to resolve? Let me start with this first. When we presented to you guys all first interim, that was before all of this new information, the new money. Let's just look at that number for a second. We needed a solution of about $56 million in that third year, right? So when you start to look at that number compared to how much you could possibly gain by this, which is about 16 million, we can safely say that it's not enough to resolve our deficit 100%. Then when we presented that $56 million deficit, we were not anticipating yet that we were going to start to see these big declines in enrollment. So again, I'm reluctant to tell you that this is going to solve, our problems enough to say, oh, we don't need to make any cuts. We don't need a fiscal recovery plan. I really cannot say that, in all honesty, because I don't see that this is going to resolve our problems 100%. Is it going to help? Of course. And this is a much relief to the district? Absolutely. I can tell you that. But I don't think it's enough at this point to resolve our problems so that we can say that we don't need a solution to resolve our deficit, because we will still have a deficit. Yeah,
and,
sorry.
And you're saying we'll still have a deficit due to ADA, or are you saying we still have a deficit just because the money's not going to be coming in?
We still have a deficit even outside of the ADA issue. We've still had a deficit going on because our expenses exceed our revenue. We just do not bring in enough revenue to sustain our expenses.
Okay, and this is my last question, and I really thank you, Rose, for engaging with me. So cuts again. Will these cuts substantively help our deficit? Will it change our numbers? Because it does impact some of our most needy schools, schools that are at promise and actually need the services. So will these cuts help our overall deficit in the ways, and you counter to scale them and balance? Does the cuts outweigh the deficit, or does the cut actually help the deficit to where we're tipping the scale any? And that would be my last question.
Yeah, it helps the deficit. It does. Does it alleviate it? No. The proposal that we shared with you all, because we had discussed that there is very little left in terms of those operating costs that we have control over. The majority of our expenses lie in personnel costs, and we've shared that with you. About 90% of our budget. So we have left is very little. And so the plan that we shared with you, I think it was roughly about in the neighborhood of 15 to 16 million, roughly, assuming you were to approve the whole plan. And our deficit was 56. So, but does it help get us there a little closer? Sure, it does. Now, I believe your question may be, and please correct me if I'm wrong, are you also asking me what kind of impact will that have on enrollment? Will that impact our enrollment negatively because we possibly could lose students now that we don't have these programs? Absolutely, probably. I don't know how much, who, what, that part remains to be seen. That's the piece that we're not certain on that area. And it can have an impact. I don't want to say that it will not.
Thank you, Rose. And once again, we're talking about losing students, and then we're also talking about cutting programs. And so it's kind of like almost counterintuitive to be able to say, like, hey, we lost 600 students this year and we're looking at losing more. Hey, let's cut programs because our parents are leaving. It just seems counterintuitive to me. But once again, we will see how the rest of the year plays out with our budget. I'm very optimistic with these numbers coming in, maybe more optimistic in general than actually you're allowed to be, Rose, because you're supposed to be conservative on what's going on. But I do believe that we're in a much better place with these initial numbers. And I look forward to working collaboratively to make sure that we get into a place where we are positively certified and moving forward in our district to really focus on our COVID recovery and relief and helping our families in that, and then also building the district we would like to see. So I thank you guys for the time, and you guys can go to the next trustee.
Thank you. And I just want to remind our board, we are running about an hour and a half behind. This is an informational item, and we will have an opportunity to ask more questions in the special board meeting in terms of the fiscal recovery plan. Member Garcia.
So I just have 3 questions. So thank you both, Leilani and Rose, for the presentations. I really appreciate sort of separate presenters on the state and then on the local. So I think that's very helpful. I think one of the things that we need to keep in mind is that while the state budget proposal looks extremely good for public education, as well as the federal additional dollars, there's one key distinction here, and that's one-time dollars versus ongoing dollars. And our structural deficit, our budget problem is ongoing. So we can do what we've done in the past as a district, which is using one-time dollars to plug in the hole on our ongoing problems. And then we don't fix the problem. So I think that's the big question before the entire board moving forward. I did have a couple of questions about, we know what the COLA may mean in terms of the bringing in an additional $16 million. And then there was also the PERS and STIRS, the pension payments. I'm wondering, what is the net savings for the district in terms of that payment? And is that ongoing or one time? Do we have that number?
Yeah, we have not calculated that number, Member Garcia, and I believe that was an adjustment and I'll let Leilani speak on when the adjustment is, but I believe it's only for 1 year, and then until it catches up to where it's supposed to be.
That's correct. It was actually part of the enacted budget. It was a buy down of our employer rate for PERS and STIRS for the budget year for 21-22. So I apologize, I don't have that number at the state level for me of how much that was, because it was included in the prior year budget, but talking about it again this year, just because the impact is and the benefit to the district will be in 21-22. But as Rose mentioned, that is just a 1 year, and then the rates would go back up from there.
So it's scored as a one-time savings? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, that's important clarification. And then my next question is, related to the ESSER funds or the federal funds that are coming in. I know we stand to, if everything kind of moves the way it's anticipated with the Title I funding formula being used, an additional $69 million. And of course, those would be one-time dollars. They would be as discretionary as they may be. They're still spending related to COVID, right? I'm wondering, do we have an idea of what additional needs we may have as a district? moving forward. I know that $34 million this last round was a huge amount of money, and spending that money down, you all did a great job at doing that, but I'm just wondering how quickly we'll be able to spend down this $69 million. It's just a huge amount of money. And I was just reading today, the incoming administration has already proposed $1.9 trillion relief, and $150 billion education is part of that $150 billion. So I feel that we're getting an influx of all these dollars. The problem is that they're all one time, and they have a restriction, right, in how we can use that. But I also want to make sure that we are creative at the district level and how we can leverage some of those dollars to help our the budget, the bottom line with our ongoing problem. So I'm just wondering if there's been sort of an analysis of what some additional needs may be for those potentially $69 million, which are still not in the bank, right? I don't know when those dollars are actually going to reach the district. And then I do have, I don't know if I have an answer for that, but my last question is the status on the application for the deferral exemption. So I didn't quite pick it up in your presentation, but I'm just wondering if you have an answer for that.
Yeah, I can answer the deferral one first. I don't have an answer. We haven't heard back yet. So thank you for reminding me. I meant to mention that. And so, as you all know, we did apply for the waiver for the deferrals, and we've not heard back yet. And so we'll, try to see if we can follow up with someone over at CDE. I thought it was going to be January, February that we were going to hear back. Maybe, Leilani, do you know if they were going to start letting districts know at any point soon?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the timeline for that, but I would hope soon, right? Because the first deferrals are going to be next month, but I can check on that as well with you, Rose.
Thank you. And then as far as a spending plan, Member Garcia, for the $69 million, that was a big surprise to us that we just learned of over the break. So we haven't quite started to really analyze that, but we are starting to have conversations. And maybe Superintendent, would you like to share something?
Yeah, I would just say, first of all, thank you, Member Garcia, for your clarifying comments throughout your questions. And I do want to just clarify even more that the difference between sort of the old days of one-time funds, say under Governor Brown, which were used to cover ongoing expenditures, is not the type of one-time funds that we're seeing right now in the case of like COVID relief funds, which do come with very strict limitations and regulations. And so the idea that, we might anticipate, or people might say, oh, they're the same kinds of one-time funds, is something that I think we need to make very clear, that these one-time funds are very different than the one-time funds that districts got for many years during, say, the Brown administration that, Leilani and others can speak about, which were in fact used for ongoing expenditures. That is very, very different than today's one-time funds through, say, COVID relief dollars. And so I think it's really important that we clarify and make that very clear as well. That doesn't mean that we are not talking about ways in which we might be creative about using some of those resources on a temporary basis for staffing, perhaps. But again, it's so early right now. We still have to think about negotiations implications, perhaps, even if we think that there might be ways in which we can argue that some of our ongoing expenditures are preparing us for dealing with this pandemic, of course.
And just two final comments. I hope that, as a district, we do whatever we can to advocate on some of the proposals that greatly benefit our district, whether they're in the governor's budget or through the legislative process. So I do hope that we're more aggressive about that. And then my final comment is, yes, I support Board Member President Pritchett's request to have an in-depth conversation about the fiscal recovery plan as a special session. So thank you.
Member Morosky.
Thank you. I know we're short on time, and I wanted to echo a lot of the comments of Member Garcia about the importance of that distinction between ongoing funds and one-time funds. You know, that deficit is really in the ongoing, and you know, it's sort of like you might have money in the bank, but you lost your job and you're not having the income come in. So I think we should talk much more about that in the meeting on the fiscal recovery plan. So I appreciate that. I do think that, this is echoing Member Rhodes' comments. This is extremely good news in an era of a lot of bad news. So it's temporary, but it's definitely very positive. I think we do have the opportunity to be creative. We have these next 2 school years essentially to use these federal dollars. So I would just like to hear from Rose or from the superintendent. What do you envision as the planning process for designing, a kind of a plan for how these funds should be used? Because there are going to be identified needs like PPE and so forth, but we've gotten a lot of the hard costs down. We've gotten the Chromebooks, so what do you envision as a planning process? And I think maybe as a board we should think about what we would like to see as a planning process for those funds.
Well, I don't want to skirt the question, Member Morowski, but one thing that I would respond is as we continue to wait to see what might be further details from, say, the governor's plan for reopening, once we know the actual requirements. For example, you heard in the reopening presentation, we have PPE for approximately 2 months, for example. The board might in this, deeper discussion, say, let's have PPE for at least, 6 months, for example. I would say that some of that is going to be informed, hopefully, as we get more details from about the requirements in the governor's reopening plan. That we're still going to wait for the legislature to weigh in as well. And then I think at some point, once we have all of those details, then I think there will be opportunities for us to think about additional investments that might give greater confidence to our community that we've done, again, everything that's required, and also demonstrate a commitment to go above and beyond, which I feel we've continued to do even at this early stage, as we're kind of waiting and reacting to new guidance on an ongoing basis. But I think, to your point, we should probably have a discussion about how we make sure that we have a balanced approach so that we're ready to respond to more specific details around potential requirements in the governor's plan, in the legislature's plan for reopening, as we wait to see what the discussions, for example, around AB 10 might look like. But also still, I would say, in terms of the local metrics, we should probably have a further discussion about additional details that we might want to add. So I'll just go back to the PPE, where we have about 2 months worth. We can say we want more than that, and that's where we would start spending some of those resources, for example.
Okay. Maybe we can follow up on and figure out what makes sense for the board and in our larger community in terms of how we stay informed of what the district's plans are for those dollars, about how we appropriate that money. I think it is a really good opportunity. It's a really good opportunity to be strategic with those dollars. So I really would like to see some kind of process where we really talk about, a strategy across the 2 years. And Rose, I just wanted to check with you on, so cash flow, I mean, we have the TRAN set up. So is cash flow something that we don't really need to be that worried about right now, or?
Right now, correct. Right now, yeah. Right now, we're fine in terms of we're going to be able to repay our TRAN if we end up issuing the TRAN. this spring. Most likely we probably will. But as a projection showed, then the coming year, that's when we start to struggle a little bit with cash, where we don't have an ability to replenish the cash. And that can possibly change by another few weeks or so. That's why I'm kind of like giving everyone information in advance that we're not spending as much. So what that does to cash, of course, it leaves it, unused. So, but we just kind of push that end date of when we're going to hit that period where, we don't have any cash, just a little bit further out.
Oh, okay. And the federal funds should help with that, right? Because
they'll help, in terms of us, if we get the cash in, because it's just, it's a pot of cash, they'll help in terms of being able to meet those short-term temporary, low periods, assuming we do get them in. And then just depending on our spending plan for those funds as well, but I don't anticipate, spending like 69 million in 3 months or anything. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. I would like to, maybe we can talk more about this at the meeting on the fiscal recovery plan, but the enrollment numbers look very odd to me. The big increases in the was it 9 through 12 and the decreases across the others. So I guess I would just like to delve into that more and understand that better. And we can follow up on that. And also, I appreciate the books and supplies. I can't say if everybody followed that. It took me a minute, honestly, to figure out what was being displayed there. But I think that the restricted one time made a lot of sense once I understood what was being presented. So I really appreciate that. I think that will help us as a board make better decisions about the use of one-time dollars. So I would like to, see that ongoing. And as well as the great display that you had as part of the last budget in terms of the books and supplies breakout of revenues and expenditures. So I appreciate the presentation. Thank you both.
All right. Is there any other board member comment? All right. With that, thank you, staff, for that presentation. This is an informational item, and I am anticipating we will be hearing a lot about our budget in coming days and coming months and through the year, I'm sure. Okay. With that, item 8.0, public comment.
Yes, we have 2 live comments and 2 written comments. Our first live comment is from Renee Webster Hawkins.
Hello, President Pritchett and members of the board and superintendent. I want to honor the intentional discussion you engaged in on item 7.2, as it hopefully focuses this new board on the governance and oversight responsibilities you shoulder, even in relatively routine or inconsequential matters. In that vein, I want to draw your attention to the fact that item 7.2, the human trafficking resolution, is the only action item on tonight's agenda, an agenda that looks to run past midnight. I point that out because in the many parent and community meetups and stakeholder groups that I have participated in over the years, but especially the last 10 months, there is a growing and aching disappointment with the lack of active leadership and urgency exhibited by the board as a decision-making body as a whole. With the triple crises of the pandemic, the fiscal distress, and the legacy of systemic inequity and discrimination in our district, parent leaders and teachers want action. Students deserve your action. We come to these board meetings while staff presents information which you discuss, sometimes express your individual concerns, and sometimes you wring your hands, but where is the action? Our students are drowning. We need you all to step up and please take the helm of this sinking ship. Issues that need your action now include taking all steps necessary 24/7 to prevent our district from falling into receivership and protect the programs which are proven to support all of our students and prepare them for college, career, and life. Reversing the cataclysmic learning loss and mental health crises that our students and families are suffering during the pandemic. Reaching agreement with SCTA and other labor groups to provide a district-wide standard of care for teaching, grade-level curriculum, and educational programs for all of our students, so that every one of our dwindling number of students, not just during the pandemic, but well into the future. Delivering special education services and assessments to our students with disabilities now. No excuses. We have seen the many blanket statements your staff are sending to parents across our district that state flatly that the district is not conducting special education evaluations right now, or that other services promised in a student's IEP is not available. This is unlawful. It's immoral. It's educational malpractice. And finally, disrupting the racism and ableism that is sadly demonstrated in virtually every district data set on graduation, discipline, segregated classrooms, and other academic outcomes. You have a lot of work to do. You are each responsible for the entire student body, and we are watching and we are grading you. Tonight, based on the passive agenda during the most critical of times for leadership, I sadly give you a level 1 standard not met. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webster Hawkins.
Our next speaker is Maria Rodriguez.
Ms. Rodriguez, oh, there you go, you were muted.
I am a 17-year volunteer and advocate in this district, and I appeal to you to prioritize social and emotional learning. I heard it said in defense of schools staying closed that children are resilient. Yes, children are resilient, and I hope you will work to minimize the current traumas and harms that will require our children to have to be resilient. We help them with social and emotional learning. I trust the administration of this school district to keep our children in the forefront of their efforts. I am not an expert in educational theories and programs. I am a person who was a resilient child. I am a person who still, at the age of 51, wrestles with the after effects of trauma. I look back on public schools of the 70s and 80s with nostalgia, but my school did not teach us about SEL. So I specifically ask you for 2 things this evening. Number 1, do not allow arts programs to be diminished. Rather, now is the time to fully invest in school programs which give students opportunities to learn through doing. Music, journalism, sports, leadership classes, mechanics, technology, arts, and languages. When our children come back to the classroom, create an environment that allows their resiliency to shine in unique and beautiful ways. There's probably ways to do it now, too. Number 2, as leaders, I implore you to demonstrate social and emotional fluency. And I implore you to hold those who lobby you to these same standards. As our federal leaders show, it is no easy task. Some claim that the best way to move forward is to simply get along. Well, this can be dysfunctional. Some wonder why we in the public get angry. 17 years of watching this school district return to the same budget woes is why I get angry. I am angry when I hear SCTA Vice President Milewski accuse this administration of manipulating and misrepresenting information. I am angry when I hear SCT President Fisher continue to inappropriately point fingers at Superintendent Aguilar by implying that the superintendent is the only one who stifles communication. Need I remind anyone that SCTA leadership initiated a strike in which they used school children and families as pawns? I am angry, and clearly I need an SEL class. My time has passed, but SUD's children still have a chance.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
And now we have our first written comment from Trimmingham. Keep our preschool teachers. They ensure the future success of our learners. Second public comment is by Mr. David Aleman. In order to show the SCUSD community that you want to change the educational outcome of the African American students in this district, you must start with the youngest and most vulnerable of your families. Families that are below the national poverty guideline and are in need of comprehensive services. You need a program and director that is willing and wanting to grow and reach these families with a team that is committed to go into the community. SCUSD service some of the poorest communities in Sacramento who need our help. Research shows that providing all children 0 to 5 with early education and social emotional learning gives them the foundation for a good education. How much more important that families
that are low income and disadvantaged receive this service. In Dr. King's fight for civil rights, he began to believe that poverty was the real battle. Head Start is one of the last war on poverty programs that still remains. I truly believe that Dr. King would be supporting this program because of the early education and comprehensive services it provides for families. The support it provides parents to set personal or family goals and to help them reach beyond their current situation and challenges. SCUSD Board, I want you to know that you have a program existing in this district. Your child development program is a Head Start and state preschool program that serves approximately 1,100 children and parents that must be below the National Income Poverty Guideline to qualify for enrollment. These are the most vulnerable children who need our support. How can we say that we are the capital city school district and a district that is for social justice when we cut services to its most vulnerable children, 0 to 5 low income and disadvantaged children? A year and a half ago, this district allowed its child development program that served 2,147 children to be cut in half to its existing enrollment. And that summarizes the 4 public comments for item 8.0.
Thank you. All right, item 9.0, communications, employee organization reports, SCTA, and before you read it, that one, in accordance with Article 1812, the collective bargaining agreement, SCTA intends to discuss in its report to the board the district annual budget surplus, state budget, report on conditions for reopening school safety, and district proposal for massively cuts to take home pay of teachers. The contract allows time that shall not exceed 15 minutes for all items. Ms. Sims, do you have that report?
Yes, President Pritchett, and we will start the time for 15 minutes.
Thank you.
For agenda item 9.1. In July 2018, Superintendent Jorge Aguilar submitted a budget that was rejected in August of 2018 by the Sacramento County Office of Education. Since then, Superintendent Aguilar and other district administrators have been telling the public continuously that the district is on the verge of insolvency. In 2018-19, district administrators projected SCUSD would end the year with a $35 million deficit, and it ended the year with a nearly $1 million surplus. In 2019-20, district administrators projected SCUSD would end the year with a $12.3 million deficit, and it ended the year with a $23.1 million surplus. The district ended its 2019-20 fiscal year with a reserve fund of $93 million, the largest reserve fund in the history of SCUSD. Inexplicably, while being on the brink of insolvency, the district somehow built its largest reserve fund ever. In addition, in its 2020-21 budget, the district had so much excess revenue that it parked $101.3 million in its books and supplies budget. Approximately $90 million more than has been spent on books and supplies on average over the past 8 years. On December 10th, 2020, the previous SCUSD school board approved the district's first interim budget, a budget that includes a reserve fund of $93 million and still has $89 million in its books and supplies line item. The district's first interim budget meets the criteria for a qualified budget, and yet Superintendent Aguilar, with the support of Dave Gordon, the SCOE superintendent, made the political decision to erroneously classify the district's budget with a negative certification, further perpetuating the false narrative that the district is on the verge of fiscal insolvency. The passage of the second COVID relief package by the federal government and the state budget proposed by Governor Gavin Newsom last Friday should put an end to the narrative once and for all. The COVID relief package will mean $66.2 million in an additional revenue for SCUSD. Those dollars can be used to immediately expand services to students with special needs, which for unexplained reasons, the district has resisted. Governor Newsom's budget will increase LCFF funding to SCUSD by $15.7 million in 2021 and 22, and by $24.4 million in 2022-23. It will also provide an additional $4 million to the SCUSD through a reduced contribution to employees' pension funds. Governor Newsom's budget also includes potentially millions more to Sac City through state categorical funds, as well as another potential $30 million in reopening and extended learning opportunities. Considering only the governor's increased LCFF funding and pension contribution reduction, this school board will be able to pass a second interim budget that has a positive certification in March, putting an end to the SCOE fiscal oversight and an end to the narrative that SCUSD is on the brink of insolvency. In short, the state budget gives this new school board an opportunity to create a new, constructive, optimistic path forward for our district. Unfortunately, Superintendent Aguilar continues to cling to the past. Rather than using this opportunity to move the district in a positive direction, he continues his campaign against his own teachers while threatening to cut services to students like the IB, Waldorf, and dual immersion programs in an effort to create bargaining leverage by trying to scare students and parents. Mr. Aguilar continues to demand enormous reductions in the take-home pay for teachers while he himself takes a pay raise that he publicly promised all of us he would not take. Although he does not come to the bargaining table himself, Mr. Aguilar has instructed his bargaining team to demand concessions in health insurance that would result in massive pay cuts for teachers and classified staff. Under Mr. Aguilar's proposal, every single certificated employee presented by SCTA would have their take-home pay reduced from 2% to 34.6%. Let's look at just one example. A newly hired second grade teacher who has a family and who has Sutter Health, UC Davis, or Dignity Health as her health care provider would see her take-home pay reduced from $47,988 per year to $31,372, or a pay cut of $16,616. That take-home pay of the teacher will now be $3,000 less than the Superintendent Aguilar's recent $34,126 pay increase. And I guess maybe if you make over $320,000 per year with another $750 per month for expenses with no questions asked, and until recently had a job at UC Merced, paying an additional $16,000 might not be a catastrophe. But if you're a new teacher, or worse yet, a classified employee barely making above minimum wage, the demand is devastating. Sac City already has a recruitment and retention problem among certificated staff. The years of fiscal mismanagement and the sustained attack on certificated educators has kept many great educators away from Sac City and caused others to flee. Moreover, the superintendent's effort to shift costs to employees has created unprecedented conflict with both SCTA and SEIU. And toward what end? What does Mr. Aguilar want to do with the nearly $20 million he is demanding in cost shifting from employees? According to the researchers at PACE, Mr. Aguilar's primary motivation is to build up the district's reserve fund. How does having a reserve fund that exceeds $100 million help today's students? In addition, as analysts have already pointed out, if California's budget surpluses continue, the state's Proposition 98 Rainy Day Fund triggers will kick in, requiring school districts to cap their reserve funds at 10%. The SCUSD current reserve fund is 17.5% of last year's expenditures, far above that cap and almost 9 times more than what is required by law. Is it ethical to deprive today's students of much needed resources, to exacerbate a staffing crisis that already has left thousands of Sac City students without a fully credentialed teacher in the classroom, and to perpetuate labor conflict in order to build a bigger reserve fund? As we said at the last school board meeting, there is a tremendous opportunity to set a new path for our district. The recent developments regarding the budget based both on federal and state initiatives create an even greater opportunity. Based on Governor Newsom's budget proposal, the second interim budget that you are asked to approve in March will be one with a positive certification. Now is the time to move our district in a new direction, one that seeks to work with, rather than against, the hardworking and dedicated certificated and classified staff, and create a true environment for equity, access, and social justice. And that is the end of that comment for SCTA.
Thank you. SEIU?
None for SCIU.
TCS?
None for TCS.
Teamsters?
None for Teamsters.
UPE?
And none for UPE.
Okay. Item 9.2, District Advisory Committees. Community Advisory Committee.
Yes, we have 2 live comments. Our first live comment is Maria Rodriguez.
Great, thank you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I just want to preface this by saying I'm not commenting as a member of the LCAP. I'm commenting on this agenda item. So Renee will get to do the commenting for LCAP. Good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. I speak to you now not as a member of an advisory committee, but with a comment from the public on this agenda item. I would like to inform you on some history of this agenda item. Not too many years ago, the Sacramento Council of PTAs had a standing invitation to speak at this point in your meeting. That council of engaged volunteers is now defunct. As you know, President Pritchett, PTA taught, empowered, and provided agency to unsuspecting volunteers who just wanted to do their part. I pondered PTA as I watched a couple of Netflix shows over the break. These shows portrayed PTA moms as being quite unwoke, unapologetically privileged, selfish, and quite dull. Not so for the council on which I served. That council, led by people like Lily Williams and Terrence Gladney, sought equity and accessibility for all students in amazing ways. My skills are in accounting, and when I was on SAC Council of PTAs, I assisted a variety of PTAs in auditing their financials. I also went out to schools to help treasurers in appropriate record keeping. I also chaired an annual arts program called Reflections. This program allowed students in every PTA school to share their music, poetry, art, and writing skills in a friendly competition that led all the way up to a national arts program. All of this work to foster family engagement was done free of charge to the district. Sadly, the images of those Netflix shows probably more closely represent PTA than I would like. Many PTAs in our district have closed. The council, which sought to unite all parents for one common purpose across schools, is defunct, and most PTAs are simply fundraising endeavors. I bring this up in light of our budget woes. One of the 4 stated goals of this district is family and community empowerment. As new people come to this board, as new people administrate this district, I want to remind us that there were things that worked, that didn't cost an arm and a leg. I wonder if there is a way to engage, train, and empower the equity warriors that are surely out there now. You don't have to recreate the wheel. There are templates available. Thank you all for your service to the students of Sacramento.
Thank you, Maria.
And our next public commenter is Rose McAuliffe.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good evening, Board President Pritchett, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Rose McAuliffe, and I'm here representing the district's official Special Education Community Advisory Committee. Pursuant to the law, the CAC is required to advise the board on all matters related to education of students with disabilities and to be consulted on special education matters. The CAC is composed of parents and community members. Tonight, the CAC would like to call the board's attention to 3 important issues affecting students with disabilities. 1, learning loss and reopening. 2, student assessments. And 3, the ESSER funding that we recently received. 1, learning loss and reopening. Students with disabilities are the most vulnerable and lowest performing subgroup in the district. They have become even more disadvantaged during the COVID-19 pandemic. They are in the most dire need of in-person instruction, which has not been available to them since March of last year. Parents are reporting into us that the learning loss and regression is very real, and they are concerned about how to catch up. We ask the board, as a matter of policy monitoring, to proactively check in with the approximate 7,000 families of students with disabilities and ask them, how are you doing? What can the district staff do to support you, to support catch up academically and emotionally? Do they have the appropriate technology and support? This would also give powerful insight onto how to reopen effectively for our students with disabilities. 2, student assessments. It would be helpful as a matter of policy implementation monitoring to see where the district is at with conducting student assessments. This includes testing children for dyslexia, speech delay, and other learning impairments. As we know, the sooner we are able to diagnose a learning impairment, the sooner the student is able to learn coping strategies to address the impairment, and the less costly it is to the school district overall. The last we heard, the district was behind on conducting these assessments. If you could provide us with an update on where the district is with this effort, it would be most appreciated. I know the district can come up with alternative methods and creative ways to get this work completed in the current situation that we're in. And number 3 is the new funding that we recently received last month. We look forward to seeing how the board will prioritize using the estimated $69 million in new ESSER funding approved by the federal government, and how the funding will be used to support learning loss recovery and conducting student assessments, both that I have already described here. May we humbly suggest you survey your stakeholders, parents, teachers, and students, asking them where they believe these one-time resources could be best utilized while honoring the rules around their allowable use and honoring health guidelines. One suggestion would be to embark safety ambassadors at all of the school sites to protect the students and assure health compliance as you progress to reopening and utilizing these funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rose. District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Yes, for this item, we have 4, I'm sorry. Is this item 9.2?
This is 9.2, District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Oh, no, we have no other comments.
Okay, nothing for Local Control Accountability Plan Parent Advisory Committee?
Correct.
And nothing for Student Advisory Council?
That is correct.
Okay, item 9.3, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Let me just back up one here and just confirm with Student Board Member Sheikh if he's aware of any Student Advisory Council report.
There is none.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Pritchett, very much. First, I just want to go back a little bit and respond. We will, of course, work with you and others to schedule that special board meeting around the FRP. I know that we didn't spend too much time talking about, but of course, there is a connection between the update that Ms. Ramos and Ms. Aguinaldo gave the board a few minutes ago with the FRP and where we might stand and how we might address that. And I do think that it deserves a special board meeting. So we will work with you so that our community is aware and hopefully can join and participate in that special board meeting. Tonight, I do want to just take a moment, President Pritchett and board members. You heard a great deal about the efforts that we have been engaged in to eventually reopen and welcome back our students. And as I was listening to that board presentation, what struck me is the great breadth of work that our team, from nutritional to health services, facilities, you got the sense of just the cross-departmental work and effort that has taken place in order to present the update that we did, very comprehensive update on how we're preparing for the eventual reopening of schools. So I just want to take a moment. I know that you did, but I too want to thank all of our staff for their significant contributions to preparing for and getting ready to meet our students' academic and social and emotional needs when we eventually welcome them back into our schools. I also do want to speak a little bit to the budget presentation. Of course, we are encouraged by Governor Newsom's budget proposal, as well as aspects of the reopening proposal under his Safe Schools for All plan that was released a number of weeks ago. We, of course, have been very clear that our community has been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. We are not currently in a position where we could access those resources, and have taken a position and have stated publicly that our students will be hurt, and that the plan itself does contain some inequities as it's currently designed. Of course, you heard that our county's current case rate exceeds the maximum case rate for reopening under the governor's plan by a significant amount, of course. And we continue to move in the wrong direction. So we do have to make sure that we're working together and we're doing everything possible to reduce those infection rates so that we can come together sooner rather than later. I also want to acknowledge all of the work that's taken place. Today, I spent a good portion of my day visiting our learning hubs at Hiram Johnson, which is the first high school that hosts a learning hub, and was able to interact with some of our students, high school students who are coming every day to participate in the learning hub. And I was just really proud to see all of the work that has taken place in order to launch a high school learning hub. I also spent some time visiting Wilsey Wood, Oak Ridge, and tomorrow I'll have the pleasure of visiting a number of school sites with Board Member Rhodes, and I look forward to spending some time at John Still as well as at Parkway, just interacting with our students and some of our community-based organization partners. We will continue to ask from the state for clear and consistent action to help us reopen our schools. Of course, I welcome explicit health standards and thresholds with details about what it will take to fulfill those requirements, so that we get to a place where we can demonstrate to our community, and hopefully our community can increase their level of confidence that we have done everything, and we've documented and proven that we've done everything to meet whatever requirements are placed by the state, so that we can begin to serve our students. I also, of course, want to acknowledge that Monday, our district, and just remind our community that Monday our district will be closed in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And of course, I love the quote that out of the mountain of despair, a stone of hope. So while my remarks this evening might seem a bit grim, there is hope on the horizon. And therefore, I do want to close on a more positive note. We did post through our communications department, and I was heartened by news that vaccines have begun to be distributed, and that our health services staff have been some of the first to receive those vaccines in our area. These are staff members who received vaccines because they provide health services to our community, including through our own district's vaccination clinics. We're working with Sacramento, and we'll continue to work with Sacramento County Public Health to determine the best, most nimble, and most efficient process for our next group of employees to get their own vaccines. And of course, that news made me very hopeful, and we thought that it was important to share that with our community as we hope to return together soon. And Lastly, I just will invite our community to continue to access our website, our Return Together website, which is the site where we are posting all of our updates and where you can gather information about the status of reopening. Thank you, Member Pritchett.
Thank you. Item 9.4, President's Report. I'll keep mine very short because of the late hour. I just also want to applaud the efforts of our staff watching the news and seeing one of our very own nurses taking one of the first doses of our staff. And I have to admit, I got kind of giddy seeing one of our RNs, Lisa Musser, in her car taking her vaccination. So thank you, from the bottom of our hearts, I hope, on behalf of all of us, and we are looking forward to being together once again. Item 9.5, Student Member Report. Member Sheik?
Thank you, President Pritchett. As we approach the end of a semester conducted entirely through distance learning, I can't help but be sort of conflicted or saddened hearing the Return Together mission statement. Sac City Unified will disrupt the current status quo of systemic inequity to meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of all our students, especially our most vulnerable students. I mean, that sort of inequity portion, no inequities really have been disturbed, at least in the way that you would want. Instead, we've seen every single inequity, whether that's racial or socioeconomic, be exacerbated, right? So this district has a unique challenge when it comes to the fact that 72% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. The institution of education is a part of sort of changing that. But I think not many members of that 72% are doing fine, right? The kids who are doing fine, they have access to in-person learning. They might not be in our public school system. Kids like the governor's kids, we hear that mentioned in a lot of public comments. They have significant economic advantages, right? A student shared watching private school kids go back to school when they can afford good Wi-Fi signals and tools to succeed learning from home while seeing public school kids' education suffer is already destroying 2021 for me. And so while I'm sharing quotes, here's some more from the listening session Member Rhodes, Villa, Garcia, and I held. There's no point in paying attention. There's no engagement regardless. Students are ignored. No one asks. They don't care anymore. And so while I appreciate, and I sincerely appreciate, I see the amazing work that our district staff does every meeting, the action that's been taken, whether that's the efforts to provide internet through attendance or to mitigate chronic absenteeism. We all know none of it has been enough, nor will it ever be enough, right? We don't have the manpower to ever replicate the success of in-person learning over Zoom. As we heard last meeting, so many of the successes we've actually managed to have had are tied to in-person engagement, whether that's the great work that youth development is doing with learning hubs or in-person home visits. So I'm excited for efforts like Assembly Bill 10 and all the work that we as a district have done to prepare for a return. That all requires a return from escaping the dreaded purple tier, and I pray and hope we can escape that quickly. God knows we need it. So when I hear a teacher friend of mine tell me that his union rep told him, we're going to fight it out and not return until September, I don't know if that's SCTA's official line, but it does enrage me. The fact that I and so many students have not learned much since March. If I'm being frank, right? So with things like that, I also wanted to touch on the disconnect between the board level and the on-ground situation. The board has done many important and needed changes, maybe not enough, but things like the 50% floor for grades. I know from personal experience and also many students that I've spoken to this past week that it's not universally implemented. So with Infinite Campus, teachers usually should have that automatically done. There are some teachers who take a principled stand against that floor because they somehow feel as if that's wrong. So they will use methods to go around the automatic floor. And with programs like Schoologies, it's all up to the teacher to choose that. So the vast majority of my teachers using Schoologies choose not to do so, even when presented with the fact that this is district policy. And so I'm deeply grateful to the many, many teachers who do so, but I hope that we as a district can come together to sort of bridge some of these disconnects, and we stop playing games of politics and powers over matters that are as important as these. You know, a month ago, we saw the National Education Association come out with a pretty shoddy study. And their conclusion was that the kids are doing all right. You know, they use the word mostly all right. And they cited our resilience as students. The word resilience, I feel like it's thrown around a lot over the past year, and we're gonna hear it more. We are resilient, more so than many of my peers are incredibly resilient, going home to homes where education is not easy, where their environment is not great, where the internet isn't great, where there's so many siblings in one room trying to participate in school. And so students are undoubtedly resilient, but our resilience can't excuse making students suck it up while adults fail them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Student Member Sheik. 9.6, information sharing by board members. Do we have anybody that would like to share tonight? Member Garcia?
I just wanted to quickly just thank Board Member Sheik for sharing the feedback that we heard at the December 15th listening session. We targeted high schools in Board Members Villa and Rhodes districts or areas, and it was just a very well, you know, we had a high turnout from students, and students were just incredibly honest. They were so brave and yet so vulnerable. The need, how exhausted they feel because of the workload, the academic workload. Many of them saying they're spending 11 hours a day between classes and homework, and many of them just lost track of weekends because they're still working on all these assignments that they have to do. So in addition to all the comments that Board Member Sheik mentioned, it was just, it's something that I think we need to do maybe more as a district. I don't know what opportunities we have, Superintendent, for having these listening sessions, input sessions from students, especially as we explore a process for informing where the federal funds, state funds will be directed towards, right? A lot of it around mental health needs. We don't need to say that, but when you hear it directly from students, it is incredibly impactful. And so there's a tremendous resource with our students to get their input and feedback, and in partnership with the Student Advisory Council. Again, it was just a very impactful listening session. I don't know if some of my fellow trustees would like to share, but so I just wanted to thank Board Member Sheik for sharing that.
Thank you. Member Villa?
I'll just follow up with a little bit more that Board Member Garcia had stated. I was really concerned with so many of the things that were coming from the students, that they were choosing to sleep or do their homework instead of eating. That is not okay. A lot of the students are very frustrated with the education that they're receiving from their teachers. The accountability factor is huge, and that is something that I brought up a few different times. We are accountable to our students and to our families, and being in this position, how can we serve these children when we're not doing what we need to do as a board and working with our partners to make sure that these students' needs are put first? Accountability is huge, and I want to make sure that moving forward that we are doing all we can, especially as Member Garcia had mentioned, mental health. We need to make sure that we are allocating funds to support these students with nurses, counselors, and different resources, because there's going to be a longer impact on these students, and I'm not comfortable with where they are now, just letting things go.
Thank you. Do we have any other board sharing? All right. With that, we'll do item 10.0, public hearings.
President Pritchett, if I can just interject, we did exchange an email. I did exchange an email with student board member Sheikh, and we will make sure to close the loop on expanding the number of listening sessions. And as I was hearing some of these comments, it also occurred to me that there might be a way in which we partner with the SAC through youth development and capitalize on our learning hubs now that we have elementary, middle, and high school learning hubs, and utilize some of the space of those learning hubs to get feedback from students more directly, because they are coming to school on a regular basis or on a daily basis, and we'll certainly be able to find a way in which we can communicate with them directly, as well as virtually. So I've asked our team to follow up on that, and we'll provide an update to the board in case you're interested in participating as we work with the SHC and student board member Sheikh.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do think that this should be an entire board and district effort for sure. Okay, item 10.1, public hearing, California Montessori Project.
Yes.
Mr. Ramos and Mr. Harris. And welcome to our guest. Sorry for the late hour.
All right. Good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, distinguished members of the board. My name is Jesse Ramos. I have the privilege of serving the district as the Director of Innovative Schools. I'm here this evening before the board to facilitate a public hearing on the charter renewal petition for California Montessori Project. Next slide, please. All right, for tonight's presentation, the focus will be on the purpose of the public hearing, the process of the charter renewal, an overview of the charter school, next steps, and then also this evening, the petitioners will do a presentation. And the closing of their presentation, we'll have some time for questions. Okay, next slide. All right, the purpose of the public hearing. The whole petition for renewal is guided by the Education Code 47605. It does state that no later than 60 days after receiving a petition, the governing board of the school district shall hold a public hearing on the provisions of the charter. At that time, the governing board of the school district shall consider the level of support for the petition by teachers employed by the school district, other employees of the school district, and parents. That we can do the next bill. Though it's not in, I'm sorry, if you can go back once, thank you. Though it's not in the statute, the public hearing is also used as an opportunity for the charter school to present directly to the board. So as to why its petition should be renewed. And as such, California Montessori Project this evening, with its staff members and its community, will be providing an update on the charter school and relevant information regarding its performance. Next slide. So this shows the process for the charter renewal. On December 11th, a California Montessori Project submitted its petition to renew its charter. Today, January 14th, we're having the public hearing. It's 60 days, within 60 days of receiving their petition. On March 3rd, the staff will publish its report upon reviewing the petition with its recommendations and findings. This is 15 days before the board shall consider the petition's approval, which will be on March 18th. The Ed Code says that the petition goes to the board for consideration for approval within 90 days, which would be at the board's meeting on March 4th, unless both parties, the charter and the district, agree to add up to 30 days. In this case, California Montessori Project and the school district have agreed to extend the day. So that's why it will come to the board on March 18th. Next slide. An overview of the charter. It's in its 15th year. It opened in 2006. Last year, it had 330 students, kindergarten to 8th grade. It's on district property with 2635 Chestnut Hill Drive. It is an independent charter. As I mentioned earlier, they submitted their petition on December 11th. That we plan to have board action on March 18th. Their current petition will expire on June 30th of this year. Next slide. Previous year's SBAC results show that for English language arts, 56.06% of its students met or exceeded the standard for ELA. 34.01% met or exceeded the standard for mathematics. Next slide. Again, the review of the next steps. The staff is going to review their petition. As I mentioned earlier, the EDCO does say within 90 days of receiving the petition, both parties have agreed to push it out to the March 18th date. We will be publishing the report on or before March 3rd. So it's 15 days before the board considers the petition's approval on its March 18th meeting. Next slide. All right, at this moment, it's my privilege to introduce the presenters for California Montessori Project, which will be Brett Barley, Superintendent, Bernie Evangelista, Principal, and Shannon Schmidt, the Dean. And with that, I will pass it on to California Montessori Project.
Thank you so much, Jesse, and good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board. As Jesse mentioned, my name is Brett Barley. I am the superintendent of the California Montessori Project. This is my second year in the role, and I've been just absolutely honored to work with and partner with the district to serve our students and families over the past 2 years. I began my career as a fourth grade teacher in a Title I school in San Jose. And before I came on board here with the California Montessori Project, I was a superintendent in a school system in the Central Valley where we were dedicated to serving the children of migrant farm workers. I have a deep commitment to equity, and that's why I was drawn to the California Montessori Project, because of our organization's commitment to provide a free public Montessori education to kids across the Sacramento region. We've been serving kids in Sacramento City Unified for 20 years, and during that time, we've had an outstanding relationship with the board. So as Jesse mentioned earlier, with me tonight is our principal and our dean. And because of the late hour, we've also limited our public comment to just 4 people. You'll hear from 2 parents and board members, 1 of our students, and 1 of our middle school teachers. So with that, I will hand it off to our principal, Bernie Evangelista, to share a little bit more about the school. Next slide.
Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, President Pritchett, and esteemed board members. I'm Bernie Evangelista, and I've been with CMP since its inception in 2001. I have been the principal of the Capitol campus since 2006. Currently, we are serving 330 students and have a staff close to 50. Our teachers are both trained, California credentialed, and Montessori certified. After staying at the Marshall School for about 4 months, we relocated to the Jefferson campus in 2009. Since then, we have prepared the environment beautifully with Montessori materials, class libraries, peace areas, as we continue to focus on educating the whole child with a very well-rounded curriculum that includes social emotional learning. Our school mascot is the eagle, and our motto is Eagle Soar, which means be safe, offer peace, always respectful and responsible. We hold monthly student-led assemblies focusing on positive traits or values. Each year, we work on improving our program. We added the Ready Math workbooks, and we also adopted new standards-based report cards. When school closed on Friday, March 13th, we were back in action the following week. Since then, teachers have adapted to distance learning and use technology to support students, families. Devices and hotspots were provided to all those who needed them. With parent support, we provided students with do-it-yourself materials that they use at home during lessons and assignments. Here you can see teachers presenting lessons in the classrooms via Zoom. Next slide, please. Teachers conduct daily Zoom community meetings, math and language lessons, and other subjects too. Teachers provide office hours daily to connect with students individually and in small groups to maintain contact and relationship. Next slide, please. Safety has been a top priority, and we have adopted health and safety guidelines and procedures for staff, students, and families. We continue to do bi-monthly professional development for staff and conduct monthly safety drills. We continue to plan for a return to hybrid model and have prepared class cohorts and distance learning cohorts as selected by parents. We are looking forward to returning to school and are hoping for a 5-year charter renewal. Thank you. Brett?
Next slide. This slide is merely to show that the California Department of Education has already gone through the process of assigning schools, charter schools that are up for renewal, to the 3 new performance levels as articulated through AB 1505. And as the board can see here, the California Montessori Project, all 4 of our schools across all of our districts are either in the high performing category or the middle performing category. And pursuant to the new education code via AB 1505, the district shall consider a 5-year renewal. The next several slides are going to be very data heavy. I'll move through them really quickly. All of these tables are included in the charter. When we show this data, we're not trying to make a case that CMP is any better or worse than the district or the state. We're simply presenting the data that the new law calls for when asked to show evidence of student progress in the new charter law. So first, who is CMP and who are the students that we serve? And you can see on this chart right here that CMP has become a popular choice for families that have children with disabilities. Currently, 18.4% of our students are students on individualized education programs. That's 50% higher than the state average and higher than the Sacramento City Unified School District. Our families come to us because of the fully inclusive environment that we provide and the benefits of a Montessori education for students within this population. I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't also mention that students with disabilities also score 90 scale score points lower in English language arts and mathematics across the state. So keep that in mind as you look at our results and you see our student population heavily outsized in the student with disabilities category. Next slide, please. Okay. So when we begin to look at some of our student performance data, you can see on this slide that CMP students with disabilities, if we were to remove those students from our student population and look at the scores of just students that are not students with disabilities, you would see that CMP Capital outperforms the district in English language arts. And then next slide. And in mathematics, in every year but one. So in every year, performing higher in English language arts, and 4 out of the 5 years of our most recent charter outperforming the district in mathematics. Next slide. When we look at just our students with disabilities, this is something that we're really proud of. We can see that when we were just looking at students with disabilities, our students with disabilities also perform higher than the district does in every year of our most recent charter in English language arts. And then next slide. And then again in mathematics in every year but one. Next slide. So now when we look at all students together, so this would be both students with disabilities and students without disabilities, you can see that California Montessori Project Capital outperformed the district and the state in every year of our current charter. Next slide. I just wanted to point out CMP is a K through 8 program. So we do not have an 11th grade. 11th grade across the state and at Sacramento City Unified included, 11th grade is the highest performing grade in English language arts. So our scores and the averages that you saw don't include that high performing grade level. Next slide. we went ahead and we racked and stacked. You'll have to really squint to see this. All of the elementary and the middle schools in the district in terms of English language arts performance. And you can see on this slide that the California Montessori Project performs in the top quartile across the district. Now let's talk a little bit about some soft skills and social emotional skills with our Dean, Shannon Schmidt.
Good evening, board members. I'm so glad to be here. My name is Shannon Schmidt, and as Dean of Students, much of my work revolves around discipline and creating a positive climate and culture within our school. We're going to take a quick look at the next 3 slides, which will look at 2 factors that are very much influenced by this mission. So with this first slide here, we're comparing suspension rates between CMP and the district and the state. And you can see that in all of 1 year, our suspension rates were quite low. Next slide. This slide is comparing our chronic absenteeism rate. And again, you can see that we are remarkably low in this issue. Next slide. And again, as Brett described, we're stacking up against the rest of the elementary schools and middle schools in the district. And you can see that we are almost at the very bottom with our issue of chronic absenteeism. So what these slides tell is a story of students who want to be at school learning. At CMP Capitol Campus, we place a huge emphasis on the importance of community and belonging. Our Montessori curriculum, small class sizes, and individualized instruction all consider the whole child, which supports students in feeling seen and heard. Our many social emotional services and use of positive behavioral interventions, also known as PBIS, and our focus on positive discipline strategies all serve to reduce discipline and reinforce positive choices, which encourages children to be at school and allows them to focus on learning. It's really an honor to be here tonight advocating for this amazing school that I love. Thank you so much.
Next slide.
In this slide, you will see that socioeconomically disadvantaged students demonstrated growth in both math and ELA. Next slide. This slide shows that Hispanic students demonstrated growth in both math and ELA. Next slide. This slide shows that in iReady reading and math, the percentage of students at risk were reduced, while the percentage of students who met standards increased. Next slide.
Okay. Thank you. We wanted to make our presentation quick, knowing how full your agenda is. We really look forward to continuing to work and partner with the district, not just for the next 5 years, but for the next 20. It's been truly an honor and a privilege to work with the district and partner with the district in serving Sacramento City Unified children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate that. All right, we need to go into public comment, but before we do that, looking at the time, it is 10:29, and we need to extend our meeting. So I'd like
Move to extend till 11:30.
Yes, I was going to say an hour. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. All right, we can go on now. Back to public comment.
Yes, we have 4 live comments. Our first public comment is from Melanie Brown.
And Melanie had prepared a slide. It was the one immediately after the one that we ended on.
There I am. Good evening, everybody. My name is Melanie Brown, and I am a parent first. I have 4 children, but I'm also a Montessori teacher. I've been with CMP since 2002. I think what's kept me there is that I can do the differentiation among all my students, and it makes me feel like I can meet the needs of all of them, as I have the freedom to adjust the lessons to meet the Common Core standards with the Montessori materials. I have my California State teaching credential, my Montessori teaching certificate in grades 1st grade through 6th, and I'm currently working on my latest endeavor, which is my Montessori middle school training. Furthermore, I have a master's in Montessori math and Common Core state standards. I also working on a second master's degree in educational leadership, along with my administrative credential. CMP offers an endless continue their professional growth. With all the presentations that I've done at our back to school in-services, this has helped me to develop my leadership skills. Our curriculum surpasses the state standards as we not only teach the whole child, we provide the students the opportunity to work above grade level and follow their desires for learning. With Monday being Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, you can see the picture on the right there. It's a little hard to see, but you can see that we were reading some books about Dr. Martin Luther King and then writing our thoughts about him and facts about him. And then all of those circles and triangles, those are the Montessori symbols that we use for parts of speech. All of those create imagery for the students, and it's all hands-on. So we like to promote our peaceful leaders. Also, the hands-on algebra materials are some of the students' favorites. They actually comment that algebra is easy, believe it or not. Former students come back in high school and tell me how excited they are and that they excelled in algebra because of the materials, and that they've actually shared these materials with their high school math teachers. The balance of the concrete and abstract learning is what makes our school the best place for me to be as a teacher. CMP Capital feels different from other schools. It's a family. Graduates from 20 years ago reach out and tell us their fond memories, and there's nothing more rewarding than when they come back with their own kids and enroll them. I appreciate that the Sac City Unified School Board members support schools of choice. I've been looking for my own daughter, and I read online about all your high school specialty programs, and I'm grateful that there are options for our CMP families as well as my own daughter. I also read your statement on your website, putting children first.
Our time is up.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Yeah, thank you.
Our next comment is from Tamika Lecluse.
Mika has a slide as well.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, President Pritchett and board members. My name is Tamika Lecluse. I'm a proud parent of a CMP Capital fifth grader, and I taught Montessori preschool in Sacramento over 16 years. Some of you may remember my child's older brother who spoke before this board at our previous charter renewal. That student, prepared by CMP and Miss Melanie in that picture, is now a thriving seventh grader in Sutter Middle School. We chose to send our children to CMP because we knew through their young Montessori experience, their individual needs would be met. They would have an opportunity to build long-term relationships with their teachers due to its multi-year model, and have fostered a lifelong love of learning through projects honoring global awareness, universal human rights, and peace. I chose to join the governing board because I wanted to be a voice for students, parents, and teachers, ensuring we respect and honor these stakeholders and follow through with our commitment to the Montessori philosophy and pedagogy. Not only that, to ensure we are sustainable, responsible, and honor our commitments to our authorizers. Since I joined the board in 2016, I've watched CMP, and specifically the Capital Campus, evolve with the academic, health, and social needs of moments that have led us to where we are today. Whether it is investing in positive discipline training for educators and support staff, counseling services for students and staff, anti-bias training for our administrators, or supportive restorative justice practices for struggling students, I am confident CMP will continue to work in support of the whole child, the family, and the community. And I'm thankful CMP was able to prepare my eldest son for Sutter Middle School. And then I'm thankful it's available for my youngest who wants to stay in Montessori with his friends and teachers forever. I thank you for considering us for another 5 years. And we enjoy working and collaborating with you, and I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamika.
Our third comment is from Marwa Helmi.
Marwa is the slide right before this one in the deck.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi, board members. My name is Marwa Helmi, and I'm a parent, also a governing board parent representative, and a parent volunteer at the CMP school. There are a number of great things that I can say about CMP Capital Campus, but I'd actually rather focus on my own personal experience as a parent of an English language learner at CMP's Capital Campus. Thanks to CMP's Montessori philosophy, which obviously nurtures and respects the unique developmental needs of each child and the efforts of its highly skilled teachers and staff. During the course of the past year and a half, which my son now is in first grade, I've watched my son, my kind of shy and timid English language learner child, blossom into this confident and outspoken student in his class, both on campus and during online learning. I cannot stress enough how much of a transformation basically we've experienced, and I believe strongly that thanks to my child's teachers who worked to provide the necessary support that my child needed. And the focus on his strengths and the celebration of his multi-ethnic heritage, all that sort of brought together sort of a much more positive enforcement and this confidence that we didn't see before. As a classroom parent volunteer, I also experienced firsthand how the staff and the teachers made every effort to address the individual needs of each child in the classroom. So to us, CMP was not just a school, it's a community, but also I feel like we're in partnership with the school to bring in the best out of our students, basically, and our children. I feel very fortunate that CMP is in the Sacramento district, and for these reasons, obviously, I think that Sacramento, we should, approve the 5-year charter for CMP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara.
Our fourth comment is from Sam Hartzell Jenkins.
Hi, I'm Samuel Hartzell Jenkins. I'm an 8th grader at California Montessori Project Capital Campus. I've been at CMP for almost all my life, but I started off at CMP Carmichael Campus and then moved to Capital Campus when I was in 2nd grade. Some of the best moments of my life have been at CMP's field trips. The field trips were always a really fun experience. We went to places like the CSUS Aquatic Center, and it was a really great experience for my class, since at the time we were the only ones who went. So it really allowed us to go on a fun field trip that helped us bond as a class together. That's one of the really cool things about our small school and CMP in general, is that having a little community can make it easier to make close bonds with your classmates and fellow students. You can get to know people who you've never talked to and make more new friends. I've had many close friends through the years, but CMP really helped make them possible.
Next slide.
CMP is a small community. Like I said, we have classrooms of usually 20 to 30 people, and that's something I love about our school. At other schools, you may hear some students saying that they don't like a certain teacher when they really don't get a lot of opportunities to bond with them. While I enjoy the teachers and some of the subjects they teach alone, I also really enjoy getting to know them as not just Miss Shannon, our dean, who taught me history in like 5th and 6th grade, but also who likes to go bird watching and go on hikes. I like being able to connect with my teachers, not just about schoolwork, but also just connect with them and form better bonds with them. And that's one of the things I cherish and love about CMP, is the amazing student-teacher relationships. While I have good grades, I still struggle grasping certain concepts. I enjoy learning about many of the different subjects in class and school. However, I'm a person who has a hard time with auditory and visual learning. CMP helps me with my hardships by giving me materials and examples that I can use to figure out, for example, a math equation. My math teacher also makes us take notes on our lessons, which I can regularly refer to for help on homework and tests if I need it. So whenever I get confused, I can ask my math teacher for help and then refer to my notes, and that really helps me make connections in certain subjects that might usually be a little bit harder for me to understand.
Hi, Sam. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sam. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Is that the last public comment, Ms. Sims?
Yes, that is the last comment.
Okay, do we have any board member comments? Can you take down the PowerPoint so I can see the board? Sorry. Thank you. Member Garcia?
Yes, thank you. I'll keep it short since it's late. I just wanted to just congratulate you on some of the outstanding student performance. I know I visited your campus. I'm familiar with the McKinley, not McKinley, but the Montessori model. My daughters had the opportunity to do a Montessori preschool program, and one of the speakers today was their preschool teacher. So it's a great model. I do have some questions. I don't know if we can get answers today. If not, when the issue comes back to us in March, I would be interested in learning more about your student demographics and maybe tease out the data based on student subgroups. I heard that maybe you have some ELs. I'd like to hear more about the EL how ELs are performing. I don't know if you have and what some of your other student demographics are. African American students. I know you showed some data on low income students, but it would just kind of give me a fuller picture. And then just two other questions. Where do your students generally go once they leave the 8th grade? Where are some of the high schools they enroll in? Do you know?
Yeah, they go everywhere. They go to many of Sac City schools, and some of them go to wherever they live, but a lot of them go to like McClatchy, the Rosemont, and all the other district schools.
Okay. That just, I'm just like, oh, what happens to them after 8th grade? And then you're currently serving about 330 students.
Yes.
Is that your capacity based on your authorization at 330, or are you authorized to serve more students, but you're just at 330?
Yeah, we're just at 330. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We don't have large growth goals. We're utilizing the space in the building that we're in now. We don't have we're not anticipating adding additional classrooms or anything like that. The teacher that you heard from, Melanie Brown, middle school teacher, we've got a great middle school team there now. We think that we may have a few more middle school students elect to stay with us than transition to a district middle school. So the growth would be organic and not through the addition of new classrooms.
Okay. So just to clarify, your petition before the board is for a renewal, and then that based on the performance levels per education code, that puts you at 5 years, right? So you're not asking to expand to serve more students. Just want to make sure that you're not asking for growth.
That's right. We're asking for the standard 5-year renewal.
Okay. Simple. Okay. Those are all my questions for now. So, and I look forward to hearing from you all in March. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. Member Villa?
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that. I just want to clarify, you are a lottery-based enrollment, or how does that work?
We're a lottery-based enrollment. So whenever we have more applications than we have seats available, there is a lottery, and that happens every year.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from board members? All right, great. Well, we look forward to having you back, and thank you for being a partner also within the community there in College Greens. And this is an informational item, so we'll see you back and soon.
See you in March. Thank you very much.
March, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 10.2, public hearing, Capital Collegiate Academy.
All right. Good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, distinguished board members. Again, I'm here before the board to facilitate another public hearing. This time it's for Capital Collegiate Academy and their petition to renew their charter. Their presentation is very similar to the one that, my portion of the presentation is very similar to the one that we just did for California Montessori Project. So if we can go to the next slide. And again, it's an overview of the charter, the purpose of the public hearing, the next steps, the presentation by the petitioner, and then an opportunity for questions. Next slide. This is the exact same slide that we saw in California Montessori Project. So with your permission, I'll just move on to the next slide. And this is also same with the California Montessori Project. One thing I will say, the Capital Collegiate Academy also agreed to extend the review time. So the date for the board to consider the petition's approval will be on March 18th. And then on March 3rd, which will be 15 days before the board considers the petition, on or before March 3rd, the staff will publish its report. Next slide. An overview of the charter. It's in its 10th year of operation. It opened up on August 22nd, 2011. In 2019-20 had 392 students, kindergarten to 7th grade. It is also an independent. They submitted their petition for renewal on December 11th. Again, it's scheduled for board action on March 18th. And their current charter is due to expire this year, June 30th, 2021. Next slide. Their SBAC results from the previous year shows that 62.7% of its students met or exceeded the standard for English language arts, whereas 46.63% met or exceeded the standard for math. Next slide. And this is pretty much the same slide we saw previously. Again, the petition will go to the board for consideration or approval on March 18th. And then the staff's report will be published on or before March 3rd. Next slide. All right, it is my privilege to introduce Christine Fiorelli, who will be the presenter for Capital Collegiate Academy. And with that, I will pass it on to Kristen.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos. Good evening, Board President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. I'm Kristen Fiorelli, Principal of Capital Collegiate, where I've proudly served as a leader for the past 9 years. And I'm honored to be here representing our school and presenting our progress during this public hearing for our charter renewal petition. We thank you for your time late this evening, as we are excited for you to have the opportunity to hear from some of the amazing members of our school community and public comment. Next slide, thank you. Capital Collegiate is a college public charter school founded on the firm belief that every student, regardless of race or socioeconomic status, is entitled to a college prep education. Our school is located in Area 5 in the Meadowview community, where we serve 420 TK through 8th grade students. 85% of our students live in the district. 82% live in South Sacramento. We serve quite a diverse population. 85% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged, 55% are Latino, 30% are African American. And since our founding in 2011, we've maintained full enrollment and a robust wait list. Next slide, please. We share the district's commitment to preparing students in our community to meet the challenges of college and career. The South Sacramento community continues to need public school options that help students compete with their peers across the state. Latino, African American, and low-income youth comprise a large percentage of the students in our community, and these groups of students have consistently underperformed other groups in terms of test scores and college matriculation rates across our state. Capital Collegiate was founded to address this inequity. and we believe we're serving a critical role in the educational offerings for students in Sacramento. In 2019, about 20% of students in South Sacramento were meeting reading standards, and even fewer met standards in math. In that same year, over 60% of students at Capital Collegiate met or exceeded standards. So our K-8 college prep program is providing a public school option that puts students on a long-term path from kindergarten to college. As we seek to renew our charter, this evening we'll present some data to show the work we're doing, how it meets the renewal criteria set forth in AB 1505, performance on the California dashboard, and on assessments deemed to be verified data, for example, the CASP. Next slide, please. So very briefly, our program is based on two core ideas: cohesive culture and a rigorous instructional program. CCA is a structured, demanding, and supportive school. Our common routines and systems ensure that we maximize every instructional minute with every student. Our behavioral and academic expectations are clear and high, and we support students to meet them with warmth and consistency. Students find teachers trustworthy and responsive to their needs, and we celebrate their efforts and interests at reading rallies, art competitions, student government elections, clubs, and performances. Next slide, please. Our program is also defined by academic rigor, a few of the hallmarks of which at CCA are data-driven small groups for foundational skills for our youngest scholars, common core-aligned K-8 ELA and math curricula across the school, common benchmark assessments to evaluate student progress towards mastery, and professional development that is intentional and extensive. From protected common time to expert instructional coaches, our teachers deserve and frankly they expect top quality development that supports their efforts to drive student achievement. The data I'll share from here on out is going to illustrate our progress in preparing our students for success in high school, as well as meeting the renewal requirements for AB 1505. Next slide, please. In just 4 years, the percentage of students meeting or exceeding ELA standards grew by nearly 20 percentage points. A deeper look, as included in our renewal petition, shows that every grade level cohort made significant measurable progress. In 2018-19, the last CASP test administered, nearly 63% of students met or exceeded standards, demonstrating dramatic growth, and growth at a level significantly higher than schools they may otherwise have attended. Next slide, please. Similarly, our students are making consistent and measurable progress in math, particularly over the last 2 years. Next slide, please. As the state and the district does, we work to ensure every student makes progress in our program, especially our students who are traditionally underserved. There's clear evidence that our economically disadvantaged students are achieving at levels at or near those of non-economically disadvantaged students. Next slide. And then similarly, where nationally, less than 20% of African American students begin high school reading proficiently, at CCA, 54% of our African American students are meeting or exceeding standards in ELA. So while there's certainly a lot more growth to do, we feel like we are on a trajectory in doing that work. Next slide, please. We exist to serve all students, and our students with disabilities are also increasingly meeting standards in ELA, growing 9 percentage points over the last 4 years. Next slide. Great. There's certainly a lot more to do, and we're proud that we continue to make progress as evidenced on CASP as well as on the dashboard. In 2019, Capital Collegiate performed as well or better than the state in all measures of academic performance, ELA, math, English learner progress. And as included in our petition, all student subgroups outperformed the state in 2019 in both ELA and math. And Capital Collegiate performed as well or better than the state in both chronic absenteeism and suspensions. Over the past 4 years, we've put a lot of capacity to ensuring every student is in class and learning. Last year, 5% of our students were suspended, down from nearly 16% 3 years prior. And similarly, we've decreased chronic absenteeism from 17% to 6% in just 1 year. And finally, our research-based 5 Essentials school-wide survey is given to all of our teachers and families and students in grades 4 through 8 annually. And on it, our students are reporting their teachers expect them to work hard, expect everyone to do their best, and that their classes make them think. And our families continue to be satisfied, particularly with the academic program and their relationships and communication with teachers. And our families show that commitment to their child's education, with 92% of families participating in academic conferences every trimester. Next slide. As evidenced in our charter renewal petition, and as I previewed here tonight, Capital Collegiate meets the renewal criteria set forth by AB 1505. We're respectfully petitioning this board for renewal of our charter for a term of 5 years. We commit to consistent improvement over time, to continuing a focus on preparing all students to compete, achieve, and lead. And we look forward to continually working with the district to provide the best possible educational opportunities for all of our students in Sacramento. On behalf of Capital Collegiate and our community, we thank you for the tireless and late night work you do. And with that, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Fiorelli. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do, President Ryan. I'm so sorry. Oh, Lord, I apologize for that.
Okay.
Yes, we do. We have 7 live comments and 22 written comments.
Okay, so with that, the board shall limit a total time for public comment on each agenda topic to 15 minutes in length. So I'd like to hear all of the live comments, and we have 7, and any additional time that we have remaining, we can read from the written comments, and then the remaining written comments, I believe they've all been emailed to the board, and we could also post them on our website for the public.
So to be clear, then you want the timer set for 15 minutes.
Well, you can. You said you have 7 live comments, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you can do all 7 live comments, and then if we have any time left over from that, I'll kind of keep track. Then we'll read from the written comment.
Perfect. So each of the live comments will be for 2 minutes.
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Our first live comment is from Thomas Herr.
My name is Thomas Herr, and I am an 8th grader at Capital Collegiate. I am also the proud older brother of 3 other CCA scholars. Capital Collegiate is a great place to learn because all the teachers have different talents and teach from their heart. They are effective but fun. The teachers care about every single student. CCA has taught me the importance of being determined and persevering. I learned that it's okay not to be the best, and if I don't succeed the first time, I keep trying and I know eventually I will get there. In 4th grade, I am for student council. I tried very hard and yet I lost. I was very upset, but I didn't give up. My teachers encouraged me to work harder and try again. I worked on my speaking skills, and I ran again in 7th grade and won. CCA really makes learning fun. For example, when you're in 1st grade and 2nd grade, you do a play called Character Matters. You learn lessons in the play about integrity and having a good character, and you have fun at the same time. CCA also teaches students the importance of teamwork. Some of my favorite memories on field day. It doesn't matter who you are or what your background is. Everyone is there working together. It's pretty fun. I encourage the board to vote to renew Capital Collegiate's charter so many more students, including my 2 sisters and my brother, can go to CCA. It's a really good place for all students from kindergarten through 8th grade. Capital Collegiate is a great school. Thank you for listening and have a good evening.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you for waiting up at this late hour.
Our next comment is from Ronnie Chavez.
Good evening, President Pritchett, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board. My name is Ronnie Chavez, and I have been at CCA now for 3 years, serving both as a middle school teacher and over the last 2 years, attendance coordinator. What drew me to CCA and kept me here is every staff member's unyielding passion and commitment to students and families in the South Sacramento community. During a non-pandemic school year, this commitment begins at 7:30 a.m. for arrival when Mr. Baston and I greet families as they pull into the parking lot off of Meadowview. We check in with every student to make sure they are having a good morning and that they feel ready for the day. Whether it's checking to see if they have their pencil box and binder, reminders about the schedule, or simply asking, how's everything going? We know we are the first line of defense in supporting our students and families. Around 8:30 a.m. after morning drop-off, I review the role taken by teachers and immediately begin making phone calls to check in on the families of students marked absent. At CCA, we strive to cultivate a culture of strong daily attendance, which is critical to our mission of student growth and achievement. Because of this, I am meticulous about the process. I review daily data, identify trends, and cross-analyze records based on early dismissals, sibling attendance, and carpool schedules. I take all of this into account when I call families. When I make these calls, I don't just want to stress the importance of getting to school on time, but I also want to genuinely check in and make sure everything is okay. And if it isn't, provide any support we can offer. The rest of the afternoon is dedicated to my focus list of students who struggle with attendance. I collaborate with teachers and families to develop individualized plans based on specific needs. This might be providing a simple check-in with the sixth grader each morning, or teaching a third grader whose parent works late at night how to set an alarm clock so they can wake up themselves, or organizing a carpool for a family whose car broke down. We do whatever it takes to put our scholars in a position to achieve.
Thank you, Ronnie, for your comments. Your time is up.
Thank you for your commitment, Mr. Chavez.
Our next comment is from Aiden Cabrera.
Aiden, I believe you are on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay. Good evening, board members. My name is Aiden Cabrera, and I am a freshman at Luther Burbank High School and a proud Capital Collegiate alumni. I started at CCA in kindergarten, first graduating class in June. Capital Collegiate is a great school for many reasons. At CCA, teachers always went out of their way to make sure every student understood the content that we were learning. I appreciated when my math teachers would listen to solve my math problems, even if it was different than the way that they solved them. We were encouraged even if we processed things differently, and teachers accepted my different ways of thinking. CCA really prepared me for high school by teaching me to take notes, which isn't exactly my favorite, and how to study for tests. It helped me learn how to solve problems and gave me many skills that I will use for the rest of my life. Capital Collegiate has also prepared me to apply for and get accepted into the college that I would. One experience that sticks out in my mind was the egg drop challenge in my internships. The academic projects at CCA were always fun, but also challenging, and that had an impact on how I think. For all of these reasons, I strongly encourage you to go harder for 5 more years, so many more students can have the same experience I had. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aiden.
Our next public comment is from Treasure Jardins.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so my name is Treasure Jardines. I'm a proud CCA parent. I wanted to speak tonight in full support of the charter renewal for Capital Collegiate. My family has been a part of the CCA family for 7 years now. We live in the neighborhood, so my 3 children ranging from grades 4, 6, and 8 are able to walk to school every day, and from, depending on if they're attending the after-school program or not. And we also have one that will start there hopefully in a few years. I believe that the entire CCA team is sincerely committed to growing and improving, and we definitely appreciate that they openly welcome feedback from the parents and students as well. I consider myself a very involved parent as a member of the CCA Parent Council, as well as volunteering for field trips and any other campus-wide activities that I can. The school does hold the children to a high standard and expectations as far as behavior and academics are concerned, but I would definitely say the standards for support and determination from the staff is equally as high. And my family wouldn't have it any other way, and definitely would not choose to send our children to any other school in the district. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, James.
Next public comment is from Kelia Jackson.
Hello, my name is Kelia Jackson. I am a proud Capital Collegiate parent. I have 4 intelligent scholars that attend Capital Collegiate, 2 in 4th grade, 1 in 1st, 1 in kinder. I support the renewal of Capital Collegiate's charter school for the next 5 years. I hope it's longer so everyone gets the opportunity to experience this education. My reasoning for supporting the renewal of Capital Collegiate is their academic performance is phenomenal. My children have excelled so much. I do believe they are closing the achievement gap. They have a very supportive learning environment. The school leadership is very effective. And finally, I really like the fact that I'm able to have a choice in where my children will attend for school.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
You're welcome.
Our next comment is from Megan Yasigi.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm Megan Yazigi, Assistant Principal of Instruction, and as a manager of teachers and owner of our professional development and academic programs, I'd like to give you a glimpse of the how behind the achievement Kristen Fiorelli shared with you earlier this evening. Allow me to paint a picture for you of what academic excellence looks and sounds like at CCA. In classrooms, learning looks like Zoom screens filled with notebooks, scholars showcasing their answers, and sounds like scholars sharing their thinking and providing peers constructive feedback. Achievement sounds like a multi-purpose room filled with K-2 scholars chanting their strategies for doing their best on their upcoming literacy benchmark assessment. Achievement can also look like a 4th grader proudly holding up the plant she was awarded as a symbol of growth for her significant improvement on her most recent math interim assessment. If you were to join a Wednesday content team meeting, you would hear teachers analyzing trends in their exit tickets, most likely followed up with an offer from a colleague to model a new strategy or an invitation to come observe an upcoming lesson. In a conversation between a teacher and her ELA coach, you might overhear, "In my last observation, I was impressed to see 95% of your scholars responded with text evidence. What teacher moves did you adapt to drive that outcome?" Our academic excellence is the result of our team's deep commitment and investment to our ever-evolving cycle of learning, reflecting, collaborating, and adapting, knowing that it is through this process we are moving the needle for every scholar at CCA. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Next comment is from Viviana Gutierrez.
Good evening. My name is Viviana Gutierrez. This is my first year teaching at Capital Collegiate Academy. I've been lucky enough to be supported by a team that truly believes in helping the community. This year, we have all faced several challenges, but I always think back to CCA's middle school prep values. The value that sticks out to me is perseverance. I've been lucky enough to have been supported by incredible educators who believe in the idea of equity for all, and an administration team that genuinely cares about me. The biggest struggle that first-year teachers face is staying. As a first-year teacher, I have no doubt in my mind that CCA is home for all. We do our absolute best to ensure everyone is welcomed, cared for, and supported. Life is not perfect. Education is a changing system where we all have to adapt. The resilience of CCA is how it adapts and how it truly puts educators and students first. I am so lucky to be a part of a group that has the same beliefs as myself. I am heard, accounted for, and respected. I feel that there is no greater reward than being a teacher, but there is no gift as fruitful as the sense of community that I feel with CCA. Before I leave, remember this. Nelson Mandela once said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." And at CCA, our world is our students, staff, and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
And finally, our last live comment is from Ryan Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds, I believe you are on mute.
He's not responding, so I don't think he's, oh, never mind.
Oh, there he is.
Can you hear me now? Sorry about that.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, board members. My name is Ryan Reynolds, and I'm a fourth grade teacher who's been working at CCA for 6 years. Sometimes I get asked the question, why do you work at CCA? Because I live in Rancho Cordova, and I commute to South Sacramento. Between here and there are several great schools where I could work at, and it really comes down to my story, which is part of CCA's. I came to teaching from being a restaurant manager looking for change. I quickly found out how difficult the teaching field really is. At CCA, I didn't thrive at first, but my coaches, colleagues, and leadership continued with high expectations for me with a huge hand of grace. As I continue my story here, I have stayed because my coaches and administration staff live out the ideals. I see them commit in action of anything they ask of me. I've stayed because of how I get to know our families, and I see how privileged I am to have such hardworking, committed families increasingly invest in our school. They do carnivals, help in classrooms, and advocate for their child's education each day. I've stayed because my colleagues are supportive and inspired me by continued willingness to put themselves in uncomfortable learning situations in order to reach and educate the students we serve. Are we a perfect school? No, we're not. But we are a school that reflects, we look in the mirror, and we build up the good and make uncomfortable risks and needed changes to help address the needs of the students we serve. We have a growth mindset and high expectations, first for our teachers and then for our students, which is needed in our ever-changing environment of education. I feel honored to be a part of this team and mission. Thank you, Sac City Unified School Board members, for listening and your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reynolds. Okay, if I did the calculations right, I believe we still have time for 2 written comments, to be fair, to give you your total 15 minutes.
Okay, 2 written comments.
Yes, you can read the first 2.
The first comment is from Veronica Morales. My name is Veronica Morales, and I am a parent at Capital Collegiate Academy. I have 2 children that attend here, Hernan, 7th grade, and Christopher in 3rd grade. I support the renewal of Capital Collegiate's charter for the next 5 years. I strongly believe this school has been a great asset to my children's education. Hernan has been coming here since kindergarten. I have always had good communication with all of his teachers by phone, email, or text. Everybody here works together to provide the best education. Teachers, staff are really engaged in Hernan's learning goals and help with areas in need of improvement without hesitation. Christopher also has been here since kindergarten. He was diagnosed with ADHD after his first year here and has an IEP plan in which the school follows thoroughly. From being there for him in his meltdowns to having all his teachers, including Mr. Bastion, always backing him up and having plans for him in all areas of education and special needs. I have learned to grow respect and appreciation towards everyone at Capital Collegiate. I can't see my kids going to a different school where they don't know them at this point. Both Hernan and Chris feel really comfortable knowing all of the teachers, staff know who they are, and even Kristen Fiorelli, she is the best principal. Every morning she would greet every single child that came in that door by their name. This is priceless. It's like family here to us. I ask in the most respectful manner to please renew our continuation of Capital Collegiate.
Thank you.
And our second comment is from Shannon Wood. Hello, my name is Shannon Wood. I am a parent at CCA. My child is Jacoby Montero, a 6th grade scholar at CCA. I am writing to share my support for the renewal of CCA for another 5 years. From kindergarten to 2nd grade, my son attended a public school. He excelled highly, but the school kept him behind so he would get in trouble because he would be bored. And it was obvious the lack of attention and care I expect for my child. I came across CCA and knew this was the school for us. As him getting to college is extremely important, I knew he needed a school in his league, but I could not afford a better school until I came across Capital Collegiate Academy. The name said it all. My son has been with CCA since 3rd grade and has excelled tremendously since. His lists of achievements at CCA every year are highly exceptional and impressive. CCA has been a huge impact because what they represent and the absolutely amazing staff and extraordinary education they provide. I wish CCA had a high school as well because I do not want my son to leave. CCA makes Sacramento a better place for these kids. They are installing bright futures in these kids. Please renew CCA for another 5 years. They are necessary in our community. I rave about this school to everyone. I know because it is everything a parent wants in a school, especially us families who cannot afford private schools. Our children deserve the best educations, bright futures, and a staff who really cares about them and who they become. CCA provides it all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, good. And just as a reminder, the rest of the commenters that wrote in, your comments are not on deaf ears. We have received each of your comments. Each board member has received your comments, and they will be posted on the web for future. Do we, or not for future, for public? It is late. Is there any board member comments? All right, seeing none, this is an information item, and we will see you back on March 18th. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, item 10.3, public hearing. First reading of proposed board policy 4033, lactation accommodations. Mr. Bozio.
Good evening, board and superintendent. I am Raul Bozio, in-house counsel, here to present for you the first reading of a new board policy. Board Policy 4033, lactation accommodations. Pursuant to Labor Code Section 1030, every employer, including schools, must provide a reasonable amount of break time to accommodate an employee desiring to express breast milk for the employee's infant child. Labor Code 1034 requires employers to develop and implement a policy regarding this lactation accommodation. The policy is intended to create practices that ensure compliance with all state and federal labor laws and includes a prohibition against discrimination, harassment, and/or retaliation concerning nursing mothers, the location of the break time, and notification to supervisors for use of accommodations. Again, the goal is to provide for these accommodations compliant with applicable laws, free from discrimination, intimidation, bullying, and/or harassment of employees. This is the first reading of the policy, and I'd welcome any feedback or questions before we bring the policy back for its second read and hopefully adoption at the next board meeting.
Right. Do we have any public comment?
No public comments for this item.
Right. Do we have any board member comments? Questions? Member Phillips?
Just on some of the language in that, not all persons expressing breast milk would identify as mothers. So it's possible that we'd want to make sure that that is more inclusive persons.
Okay, you know, we can look at making that that alteration. This is a policy that we have taken from the model policy directly from the Gamut CSBA site, and it's intended really just to comply with the labor code. But we can certainly look at that edit as long as it's consistent with the code. We can make that revision.
Okay.
And we will have this back at the next board meeting. Item 10.4, public hearing, first reading of revised board policy 6173, education for homeless children.
Great. And I'm trying to keep these presentations pretty short and sweet here, as you can see. This policy, unlike the previous, is a revision of an existing policy that we have had. Federal law, the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, states that school districts are required to develop, review, and revise their policy. The goal of the policy for homeless students is to provide and to actually to remove any barriers to the identification, enrollment, and retention of homeless children and youths. The current version of the policy was adopted in 2007, and recently we were notified by CDE that we really needed to review and update our policy. So again, the purpose of the proposed policy is intended to create the practices that ensure homeless children have access to the same free and appropriate public education as provided to all other students within the district. The revisions for your consideration include the specific designation of a homeless student liaison in the district. We've always had a district liaison. However, we needed to make that explicit in the policy and identify the individual who is Monica McRow. Also included 4 additions and revisions in the policy concern the providing of a housing questionnaire upon school registration and enrollment. And just being clear that all the rights afforded to all other students are provided to homeless students, including the offering of transportation and school nutrition programs. In fact, we have additional responsibilities to provide transportation to a homeless student who wishes to remain enrolled at their school of origin, even should they be not located at that within those boundaries at the present time. We have to provide additional transportation to them to their school of origin. Some of these details regarding enrollment for homeless youth, for the choosing of their school of origin or school of choice, for the transportation questions that may arise, are laid out or will be laid out in a more detailed administrative regulation that is also consistent with McKinney-Vento Homeless Act and all the other California education codes that govern our responsibilities with regard to homeless youth. Does the board have any questions, or do we have any comments?
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. We have one live comment from Renee Webster Hawkins.
Good evening, President Pritchett, members of the board. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Good, thank you. I'm still with you, and so glad that the board is taking up the policy revisions to support our unsheltered youth. I understand that this has been triggered by a CDE review, and it looks like most of the language in the document attached to this item are commensurate with what's recommended by the California School Boards Association. What I would like to ask the board to consider is to use this as an opportunity to recognize that Sacramento, and in particular our district, has a high rate of unsheltered youth, and that our unsheltered youth are the lowest performing students in most categories in some categories even lower performing than students with disabilities. And so I have a few requests for your consideration. And one is that when this comes back for adoption, that it be accompanied by a staff report that really just reports on the status of our unsheltered youth. It is an LCAP area of priority. And so as an LCAP PAC representative, I think we'd all be interested in hearing, at least a better presentation on what's happening with our homeless youth. Also, I would ask that in addition to the items that Mr. Bozio mentioned, to make sure that we have transportation and nutrition services provided, that we actually go beyond that and also ensure that our homeless youth are offered proactively in educationally related mental health services, and also be presumptively considered for an evaluation for special education. We know that there's a strong correlation between homelessness and illiteracy and learning disabilities. And so I would really strongly urge the board to take this opportunity that's a compliance triggered opportunity and turn it into an asset for our unsheltered youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that our only public comment, Ms. Sims?
Yes, that is the only.
Do we have any board member comment? Member Garcia?
Thank you. So I also want to make sure that we take this opportunity to, I think, beef up the policy. I think it's a good starting point, but I'd like to see, and I'll share these in writing with you, Raul. I would like to see some areas where we are more, I think, committed to the identification of homeless youth. I'd like to see the housing questionnaire to be a requirement and not optional. And I go back to this because the state auditor released a report, I think in 2019, and found that local educational agencies generally under-identify homeless youth. And so leaving federal dollars on the table, leaving state dollars on the table, and those are critical in order for us to provide the services that they need. So the under-enrollment is generally around 3%. The LEA identification is generally around 3%, but experts and generally estimate that it's between 5 and 10% of economically disadvantaged youth who experience homelessness. So there's a gap there. So I just want to make sure that as we're revising this policy, that we make sure that we think about opportunities to make it stronger. And also, I don't know if this is in some sort of administrative regulation or what, but also the training of staff to identify signs of homelessness, because homelessness is just not lacking shelter. What we often think, which is, what I think the average person would think, but under the federal definition, the definition of homelessness is much broader than that, right? It's often living on a temporary basis with other families, with your grandmother, with multiple other families. So we need to broaden that definition, because that is the definition that's available at the federal level. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that we took up the opportunity to make this stronger, and then increase the opportunity for training in identifying the signs of homelessness, and also for the district to disseminate the information to the school sites, so that they can also about the program, the district program. So I appreciate the public comment about coming back with what does our program look like at the district level, and where is there an opportunity to improve. So those are my comments, and I'll share these with you in writing.
Thank you, board member. And actually, as you kind of guessed at, some of those details are included in the regulation. So I'll make sure to bring the regulation forward as an attachment for your information to review as well when you look at the policy again. But some of those aspects around training and the identification of students that is included in the regulation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, 11.0 consent agenda.
One more comment, President.
I apologize, Member Morawski.
That's okay. I know it's very late. I just, Member Garcia took the words right out of my mouth with changing the may to shall. I also wanted to request that, so I appreciate that. In terms of identifying through a housing questionnaire or any other ideas we might have. I also just wanted to note as we're talking about policies and adopting policies, I really appreciate you bringing these updates forward. I think, and this is, a topic, a longer conversation that we need to have as a governance team, but we need a process in place to periodically review policies for compliance and bring them forward, and also just, review policies for when they need to be updated to be consistent with our values. So I appreciate you bringing these forward and look forward to when they come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Morawski. All right, is there any other board member comments before I move on?
Not a comment on the item, but we are past our extended time. So
we're going to adjourn. so we could do item 11.0 consent agenda. Can I get student member preferential vote?
Yes on all open session items.
Thank you. And
is there any public comment?
Oh, is there any public comment on consent agenda?
No public comment on consent agenda. We do have one for item 12.0.
Okay, all right. Well, then maybe we should extend to 11:45. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
Second? All in favor, say aye. Okay, all right. All right, we have a student preferential vote for consent agenda, and this is a roll call vote. Do we need a first and a second?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Can I get a motion?
Moved.
All right, second?
Second.
Thank you. A roll call vote. Superintendent, thank you.
Member Pritchett.
Aye.
Member Morawski.
Aye.
Member Wu.
Aye.
Member Garcia.
Aye.
Member Villa.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Phillips.
Aye.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you. All right. Item 12.0 business and financial information reports received. And Ms. Sims, you said we have a public comment on 12.0.
Yes, we have one live comment from Maria Rodriguez.
Maria, you stayed with us to the very end.
I did. I was going to say, good evening, all. The public is still listening. I stayed on this late into the evening to make a point about the purchase order report as it relates to a board decision a few months ago. First, I want to thank CBO Rose Ramos and her staff for all of their hard work. This report, which always comes at the end of the meeting, is rarely questioned in public. This report is surprisingly interesting. There are many items on this report worthy of further questions. I wondered about two purchase orders in particular. On page 12, $722,000 was spent on thermal scanners. Well, watching the beginning of this meeting, I now know what thermal scanners are. Question answered. Page 15, nearly $1 million was spent on warehouse cameras. I had some questions about that. So yesterday I sought answers. I went to the SCUSD website to see if there was a way to contact the CBO via email, and I did not easily find it. I did see a phone number. I was hesitant to bother Ms. Ramos with a phone call, but lacking a less intrusive point of access, I made the call. The answer to the phone call was not the office of Ms. Ramos. I made one more attempt to email someone in the district who might be able to email Ms. Ramos with no success. I am not here to critique the work or accessibility of Ms. Ramos. I am sure that everyone in the office was working for this board meeting. But I am here to suggest that you develop a means for community members to give regular feedback on the budget. A couple of meetings ago, the prior board voted to opt out of a community budget committee as required by the fiscal recovery plan, relevant to the structural deficit concerns of this school district. I said then, and I restate now, it would benefit the school district to create an ongoing community budget advisory committee that is not appointed, but open to all who want to contribute to the discussion. This advisory committee would be in place not just in times of urgency, but ongoing. I know several people who have invaluable insights based on years of work in this district. Again, as I've said before, these are volunteers. It wouldn't cost the district a cent. Before I end, I just do want to thank Board Member Morowski. At the beginning of the meeting, you did request the superintendent administration to provide a vision for the budgeting of these new dollars. I think that's an important request. And I hope that the community can also be involved to better understand how these decisions are being made. Thank you very, very much for your time, and good night.
Good night, Ms. Rodriguez. All right, with that, item 13.0, future board meetings, dates and locations. We will be announcing the date of the newly scheduled board meeting, and the next following board meeting will be February 4th, 2021, 4:30 closed session, 6 o'clock open, and February 18th, 4:30 closed session, 6 p.m. open. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Student member speak.
Moved.
All right, can I get a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you all. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you.
Night, everyone.